apologize for starting not late, very, very late. I think is because of the location. So my name is Olumide Idowu. I'm based in Lagos, and I'm the co-founder of International Climate Change Development Initiative, and I'm going to be moderating this session today. I just want us to quickly, I want to know, please, have you taken tea or coffee? Yeah. So please, if it's possible for us to move forward so that we can fill the front seat, then we kickstart. Please, let's do that. Please, just move forward. The people coming will be sitting from the back. Please. Thank you. Let's do that very fast. Please, let's move forward very fast. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. People that are still taking, please let's do that as soon as possible so that we can. So let us quickly do a round of introduction so that ourselves, we also try to use the opportunity to connect before we go straight to the agenda. So I will start from my right here. Please tell us your name, what you do, in a very short way. Thank you. Please, can we have a mic? Favor. Mic, please. You can tell us the company for, you can tell us about your startup or your project, but please make very, very short.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Joseph Stanley. I'm still a student of National Open University. I actually still call myself an amateur data analyst because I'm still trying to work on my data analysis skills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abba Saint Mark. I'm a digital banking product analyst with Sterling Bank. I'm a data enthusiast and fintech enthusiast, so I'm here to learn. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Potosho Laulua. I'm a civil engineer. I'm transitioning to tech. Although I'm doing self-learning and I've done a couple of.
Great. Civil engineer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Anoma. I'm a data analyst. I work for a cybersecurity firm, and I'm also the founder of Women in Data Africa.
Have people among us.
My name is Mukoddes. I'm a student and I work as web development.
Thank you. Please, let's try as much as possible to move forward, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Israel. I'm a data scientist and I'm an ambassador with Zindi.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fao. I'm a social media manager.
Great. Social media.
Good morning, my name is Caleb Okereke, and I'm a founder and managing editor at Minority Africa.
Sorry, I can't hear that.
My name is Caleb Okereke, and I'm a founder and managing editor at Minority Africa.
Oh, Minority Africa. All right.
My name is Matthew Blaze, and I am the co-founder of the Oasis project.
All right. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Damilola, and I'm a program manager at DataFest Africa.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that we have so many great people, data analysts, civil engineer moving to data space. Thank you very much for joining us today. Like I said again, my name is Olumide Idowu. I'm not tech, but I'm tech in spirit. Yeah, thank you so much. I want us to quickly go straight into the agenda. Once again, I want to apologize on behalf of the organizer that you all know that we are going to have a very great day today. So our first conversation today is going to be a remark from the partner, Tim Dagar. He's going to be speaking to us from Zoom online, so I don't know whether he's available now to speak. Favor, is Zoom, is Tim online? Okay, good. So please, let's listen to him as he gives us the opening remark, then we move straight to the main agenda for today.
To enable
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Energy. Conversation today. Let's go straight to, please, I need a mic to the web developer. That my brother sitting straight there. So what are you looking to gain, or what are you looking to express? Mic for us.
Yeah. First and foremost, I'm not a web developer. I'm a social media manager.
Social media manager, okay.
Yeah. My name is Farouk. I've actually gone through online courses, make some researches on data analysis and data scientists. Coming here today just to get more insights and more on maybe syllabus or modulars on what and where should go and where don't should go on data analysis and data scientists.
I'm sure that a lot of people here can be able to also, have that conversation with you as a mover. Let's go to my Minority Africa. So what are you looking to, get from here? How do you want to create a network of contact here today?
I'm just looking to interact with people who are passionate about data and social justice. So, like, essentially, how do we use data in an ethical way? And it's just, I think, a great nexus of, developers and social media managers and program managers and editors and journalists. And I think that kind of, conversation is very important to have. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me go to my, I think I need a lady now. Women in Data Africa, right? Okay.
So I think my basic expectation is to network, like you already said. I think my basic expectation is to network, like you already said. Meet people in and outside the data field, especially women that might be interested in breaking into tech, specifically data, and just talk about how they can build their careers and further their careers, essentially. Sorry about my voice.
Okay, thank you very much. let me take one more person. I just want to make sure that we balance the gender. Let me have my other sister over there. Code for Africa, right?
Yeah, Code for Africa. Yeah. So for me, it's about using data to tell stories because I'm a program manager and I have to use data to say stories, to report things, and so I want to understand tools and how data and storytelling basically comes together. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. You talk about storytelling. Let me just ask random question. If you have more than 20,000 followers on social media, let's say Twitter, let me see your hand. You said? Where is the social media manager? Somebody is social media manager here. How many followers do you have? Okay, let's use Twitter as an example. Yeah. Yes. 2,000. What of my Minority Africa? How many? 3,000 followers. Civil engineer. Women for Africa, right? Women. How many followers do you have, whether the organization or how many followers do you have? Yes, media. We are talking about Twitter now. 1,500. Okay, so when you mention storytelling, sometimes when you people develop your data, right, you come to people that have a lot of social media followers to help you to push the conversation. So I think one of the things that I'm also looking at is to see how we use social media to do what? To tell story. Because, like what you said, all the people that are into data analysis and stuff, they're always inside a room trying to develop something. But how do you tell the story? I think that's what Code for Africa. That's what we are trying to do. So thank you very much for that. And I also want to say that I'm also looking forward to network, to also learn more about data. And interesting thing again is I study statistics. So don't be intimidated when we are talking about data analysis. Yeah. So we're going to be having an introduction from Gilbert Beyambe, and he's also going to be speaking via. Do we have him now? Okay. So please just let him know that I have like maybe 10 minutes to 15 minutes so that we can be able to leave here very fast. Thank you.
Policy is an acronym that comes from opinion polling and policy making. And the story of policy is that years ago, citizens found a very hard time interacting with governments, and in as much as accessing services was concerned.
The point of starting this organization was to figure out how to use data more effectively to influence service delivery across African countries.
At Policy, we do our research really based on human-centered design.
We engage, empower, and experiment. Through engagement, we develop digital tools that amplify two-way interaction between citizens and government.
Our work focuses on using data, and we want people to be part of a bigger discourse, because whether we like it or not, data has become a part of our lives, and if we are not part of the discussion and if we do not have a seat at the table, then other countries and other corporations will make this safe for us. So it's very important that whatever we do around data, that we make sure that people in the countries that we work in have a seat at the table to talk about this, and this is really what our work is about.
Policy is an organization approaching the problems that tech poses to society in a creative and inclusive way.
We work with the users so that the research work that we do, the findings that we get, the recommendations that we develop, they resonate with the needs of the user.
So we use data and research and digital tools to promote and create awareness.
But most importantly, we want to craft better life experiences on how citizens, grassroots citizens, can interact with data.
We have three main pillars of work, which are doing data trainings, because we want people across Africa to be on the same level as Western countries in how we use, process, and protect our data. The second arm is that we do research on data, so looking at data governance, digital rights, anything where data comes in contact with citizens. And the third part that we do is that we build technology products that are based on data, for example, when we do social media monitoring projects.
when it comes to impact, I immediately think of our research work. So some of the research that we do has never been done before in an African context. So for example, an issue like online gender-based violence or how data is used by feminist movements, this is research that has been done, but not necessarily in an African context. So when we do such research, we're visibilizing these issues in African context and giving people the data to use for their advocacy.
In our past projects, like I'll take for example Create Your Kampala, which was a civic project that was aimed at empowering citizens to seek better services in their communities. We employed or used data artistry, where we made sure that the data that we had collected, we took it back to the people in form of murals that were painted on walls to make sure that people understand the data that comes from their community. And we feel like such methods of relaying information to the people are the way to go if we are going to have a communally, or if we are going to have citizens that are actively engaged in policy dialogue.
We know that a lot of content that deals with data can be quite filled with jargon or can be quite complicated, and you might lose interest of people who should be a part of the conversation. So we are always trying to use creative means to make sure that any of the content that we create can reach people at different spectrums, can meet them where they are, whether that's creating games or creating chatbots that are conversational, or using artwork, using murals. So I think what really sets us apart is how we combine art and technology to talk about data.
At Police, we believe in the power of data to revolutionize how governments provide services to citizens, and we aim to digitally transform services across Africa to craft better life experiences for citizens.
In 5 or 10 years, I see policy being an organization that actually comes up with solutions informed by the insights that we find from our own research.
My vision is to have a company that's headquartered here with subsidiaries in other countries, where we get to dictate how the research happens, what kinds of views we take in. And I think that being in Africa, we have a very unique perspective that we can share with the world instead of the other way around. So I think, when we first started off, we were doing work in Uganda, and now we're quite Pan-African, and so the next step is just to go global.
Thank you very much, Gilbert, for giving us that introduction to how it started and where we are now presently. I think our next agenda here is a video that we are going to be showing to you.
Hello, I'm called Dr. Ernest Mwebaze. Susanbad AI is an NGO. We are located in Uganda, and our focus is AI for social good. So we build practical systems, practical AI systems for social good. And we also impact policy. The systems build evidence that informs policy making. We're glad to partner with Policy and Zindi for the DataFest 2022. Particularly, we'll be working on the noise pollution classification challenge. So Sanbad is providing the data for this challenge. So why is noise very important? A very important challenge to work on. So noise is any sound with the exception of workplace noise. So any unwanted sound is categorized as noise. This is the World Health Organization did. Psychological negative outcomes. And this is particularly key in cities like Kampala or Nairobi or Lagos, so urban cities that are developing rapidly. So this noise challenge we're sponsoring features a data set which is over 35,000 noise recordings that have been collected from within Kampala city. And they relate to 19 categories of noise. So motorcycle taxis, which we call borders, to street preachers, to herbalists, to motor vehicles, to schools, to construction noise. So we have 19 categories of noise. And the goal of the challenge is to build a machine learning algorithm that can take in a noise, a sound file of noise, and be able to predict the category accurately. And why is this important? So we are building autonomous sensors that we're putting throughout the city, and the goal is to put this algorithm onto the sensors and be able to predict noise categories on the edge. And why is this important? So this is important for many reasons. One is to understand acoustic environments of places. So you want to understand around a hospital or a school where you want to live, what's the acoustic environment, what are the noise levels over time of that place. But also for things like placement of schools, planning of the city, they want to plan where to put hospitals, schools, they want to understand the noise levels in that area. But also for regulation, so bars, churches that operate in residential areas need to control their noise levels. And so these acoustic sensors can aid in that. And so we're building a local sensor, taking into context the noise situation here on the ground, urban developing cities. And your participation in this challenge will be key in building a really reliable machine learning algorithm that can classify this. And we think it will be super fun for you listening to noises and building the algorithms. We hope you make some noise while you do this. This will be really good. So once again, we're glad to participate in DataFest 2022, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next video we are watching is for the next called Zindi Africa. So please, can we have it up?
Welcome to Zindi. Zindi is a community of data scientists, and we are in partnership with DataFest Africa this year. To join the DataFest Africa competition, you need to create an account, go to Compete and find the DataFest Africa Noise Pollution Classification Challenge. This challenge has $1,000 up for prizes and it starts in 28 days. The challenge is to train a noise classification model to classify noise into different categories in Kampala. The timeline: the competition starts on the 7th of July at 7 a.m. and ends on the 26th of July. The top 3 teams will be contacted by DataFest to present their solutions during the closing ceremony on the 27th of July. Once the competition starts on the 7th of July, the data will become available. The data is in the format of WAV files or audio files that you have to classify into the different noise categories. Once you have downloaded the files, created a model on your own computer or Google Colab, you will submit your predictions to Zindi and you will appear on the live leaderboard. You also have the option to create a team with your other peers. This competition is only open to African participants. All the best.
I think that's all right. Yeah, so we are going to have, we'll come back after this presentation from Amy Bray to actually, give a feedback on this kind of, information we've seen online. I also want us to talk about it. Solving noise pollution is a very big problem, especially in Lagos State. So can we have Amy Bray?
Hi.
Thank you very much for that. I just want us to quickly, so that we don't keep listening to people and without, interacting with ourselves. So the issue of noise pollution, I just want to, and you guys are all data people, and do you really think, looking at the present situation we are in Nigeria, let's say Lagos State, and we talk about noise pollution, how do you think data can come? Because I saw we have six using it to do is to gather data of how we are polluting, right? But looking at this kind of sunbed, solution, what do you think this is going to really actually make a change or help us to gather data and use for some sort of programs and projects that will solve our noise pollution in Lagos State? So do you have any, like if you're into, I just want to know, because for people that are into data, is it possible, is this something that we can also deploy in Nigeria or Lagos State to also look into our noise pollution? I'm sure that you people know about noise pollution in Lagos State. Yeah. So do everybody have a, want to say something about the first solution. Have you guys heard about the sunbed solution before? This is your first time. It's your first time hearing about it, right? This is my first time too. So, do you think it's something that can work in a country like a state like Lagos State? Sorry, let's give him the mic.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, like I said, this is my first time of learning about the customized software to reduce noise pollution. But from what the guy at Sunbed said, first of all, we need to, identify the different classes of noises we have in Lagos State.
Yes.
And then with these categories, we then understand where we are at the moment, because we have a lot, different kinds of noise, from religious organizations to everyday hustle and bustle in Lagos State. So first of all, let's categorize these noises, and then we seek to what do we want to achieve, right? Yeah. Is it, from these categories, then what do we want to achieve? So do we, and then we have the issue of data governance, having access to data in Nigeria. So I think it's something that can work out with the right partners, and understanding what we need to achieve. I believe it's something that can scale.
Okay, thank you very much. I also supported what you said. I'm just curious about when you are talking about gathering data, from, I don't know, have you seen the air quality treatment in Lagos? Have you seen one of them? You've not? Yeah, so if you are solving problems, you should know a little bit about, like you just mentioned, that we need to know what we call the different kind of pollution. Like we have waste, we have car, we have our religious. So for people that are into data, it's just like an open eye for us to understand that when you want to solve problem, you need to also listen to other factors that can make you. For me, I just felt that is my field. I'm an environmentalist, so that's why I said the 6 air quality treatment in Lagos. Now, by the end of this year, we're supposed to be having like a data to say, okay, from so-so period to so-so period, we've been able to generate numbers of, So I think that's another way we can start looking at, because if we want to actually deploy this in our country, in Lagos State especially, we need to start, segment the kind of air, the pollution that we are facing. So thank you very much for that. Do we have anybody? Okay, somebody wants to, then we move on to.
My name is Derek Balumi. I just wanted to buttress the point that you raised. I think he was not talking about general pollution. He wanted us to emphasize on categorizing the kind of noise pollution that we have in Lagos. I'm aware currently that the Ministry of Environment in Lagos, even from the previous administration, have been monitoring churches, religious centers, churches and mosques, about their noise pollution, and I am aware, I think they closed down some last year. I wouldn't know how far they've been able to do this year, or probably during the current administration. But then we need to also categorize our noise. That's exactly what it's trying to emphasize on. For example, marketplaces, Yaba, close by here now. If you just walk out of this gate now, you hear noises from those are calling Yaba, calling all sort of places from just this junction. So we need to know exactly what we need to achieve with the data that will be generating from qualifying and quantifying that noise.
Okay.
So what is going to be endpoint? That is exactly what it was driving at. Of course, it said it's going to scale, but I think we also need to know the endpoints. What's
long way if and only if the people at the grassroots actually understand how you want to interpret those things to them. We have some churches beside the water. How do you want to tell them about sensor? Do you get it? Yes. And so, like you guys are also talking about, you segment, blah, blah, blah. When you are doing that as well, we have people that are at the receiving end that are actually suffering. So I think we have a long way to go, but notwithstanding, there are a lot of good ideas and solutions in this space that if you can start with it, then we get to somewhere. So thank you very much. Anybody want to say anything again before we go to the next? Okay.
My name is Dr. Sholodwa. So like all what we have said, no matter the solution that we have provided, I think one key thing is to enlighten people, to train people, to let them know the effect of what they are doing. Like in Lagos, we used to have on-free day. One day in the year that, okay, all the cars, they will not blow their horns. So with programs like that, people will get to know about what to do and to curb their rate of pollution, whether it is noise or it is air. So the key thing is enlightening the people. Because most of all these things, some people will not even know that what they are doing is wrong or it's causing pollution. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we will continue to have that conversation as we are moving. I just want us to listen to some, I know we have a lot of people that will be sharing a lot of ideas today. Then we now start looking at which one is, because everything we have, a conversation we have here today is to solve problems and to see how we can use data to solve issues as well. So the next person we are going to be having now is and hear what they want to share with us. So the first person here is Aza, right? Favor, yeah. So please let us have the person on.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, hello everyone. This is Azir Ksuri from Tunisia. I participated this year in the DataFest Africa, Nigeria. Last year I win this challenge, so I hope this one. I hope so that I win again this challenge again this year. So I will present my solution. Just a second. I have a lot of tabs. Just a second. Where is okay? Okay. Do you see my screen? Yes. Okay, great. Okay. So again, hello. This is Assassin, the Zindi Top 1 ranking, and the winner of more than 25 Zindi's hackathon and competitions. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone who helped organize this fascinating hackathon. This is my second year participating in DataFest. Last year I participated in an air quality hackathon and I won the first prize. This year there was an audio classification hackathon, and as we all know, audio tasks are very rare. Therefore, it was a great opportunity for me to learn and work towards winning again the DataFest hackathon once more. Okay, so I will talk about the keys of my solution. The first key is to transform the audio to log-mail spectrogram. The log-mail spectrogram is a two-dimensional image-like representation. So we will use later the CNN architecture. The second key is to understand the spectrogram hyperparameters and tune them properly. This gives me a good boost in the leaderboard and also in the local validation work. The third point is I trained two different models backbone families, which are DenseNet and ResNet, so I can deal with the presence of 4 bad noise classes, which are car or truck, boda motorcycle, and motor vehicle horn. And finally, the other class. Those the first three classes are really similar, so we can, even humans, I think humans can distinguish them. And finally, I used some data augmentation techniques such as mix-up, the time shift, and the random spectrogram sampling. So my solution, the pipeline is this one. So taking an audio, I will generate the log-mail spectrogram. Then I use two kinds of normalization. The first one is the global normalization, which takes the spectrogram and set the mean, transform it. So the mean of the spectrogram would be 0 and standard deviation would be 1. The second kind of normalization will be the
There's tech in baking too, right? Good. Let's have.
Hi guys, I'm Usman Allison. I'm a data scientist and I work as a cloud tutor, AWS cloud tutor with HIIT PLC.
Oh, thank you very much. I think we have our brother, two of them. You've not introduced yourself. Yes, please do.
Hi everyone, I'm Kodri. I'm a software developer.
Okay. Great.
Hello everybody, my name is Clinton. I'm a graphic designer, a product designer, and also a brand manager.
Thank you very much. What of the brother sitting in front? Okay. Let's come to this side. Do you have any? Okay, we have somebody there.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Adeomi Salami. I'm a legal practitioner and I work for DLA Piper Nigeria.
Sir?
DLA Piper Nigeria.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And I think we have that person too. Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Dayo Pelumi. I'm in the Office of Innovation and New Media, National Film and Video Censors Board.
Can you hear him?
Dayo Pelumi, Innovation and New Media Office, National Film and Video Censors Board.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Do we have the presentation up now? Okay, so this is from Sunbed, right? Favor? Sunbed. Okay, all right.
Joel from Sunbird. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. We can move on.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Just a moment. Okay, yes, so my name is Joel Hanguzi Chowetiza, and I'm an embedded systems engineer with Sunbird AI, and particularly I've been working on the noise monitoring projects with my colleague. We are two hardware engineers on the team currently, also having two interns undergoing the intern training process for a period of 2 months. Yes, so about the noise monitoring project, environmental sensing is something critical because noise is a public hazard which has been underlooked over a long period of time, and we don't have like significant quantification of how bad it is. So particularly for Uganda, we have authorities which is KCC and NEMA that have been doing the monitoring in a rudimentary way, whereby they go to places where noise complaints have been made probably through a phone call, and they go with the noise meter and they stand next to the place, do the measurement, and probably take back a report. But then when they go to these places and the people are aware that these guys are available, they decide to maybe take down the noise and noise that they are not caught red flagged or red-handed, therefore making it kind of hard to be able to do this monitoring of the noise to keep the environment cool. So what we have done is to develop a custom noise sensor from scratch. We develop everything in the lab, be able to produce noise monitors to capture noise. So our target noise is, as you can see from this image, it's like the traffic noise, street vendors, preachers, even some deployments which have made like behind the airports at Entebbe, at a place called Chibungu, to capture noise of aircrafts, the boats on the water waves, things which we didn't think probably could be affecting the health of people due to the noise that is around them. can see this is how the packaged sensors look like, and we build them made in Uganda. We do 3D printing for our casing, so if all the development is done by the entire team. Yeah, and we have made some good progress regarding this. Yeah, so this is a sample of the noise map on our noise dashboard. The dashboard can be accessed on the URL of noise.sunbird.ai, and you can select a particular city, maybe Kampala or Entebbe, depending where we have done the installation. So far, we have so far piloted in Entebbe and Kampala, having a network of about 10 sensors at the moment. Yes, so this is it in summary, really, and we hope this will be very beneficial to all of us, wherever we are. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Like how corporations contract to possess smaller nations, franchised individuals, and that's kind of the angle that I'm going to take our conversation to today, right? So, if data, technology, artificial intelligence, the internet have the potential to usurp or affect developing like economies and people, then there's a need for an understanding of it, right? And as a journalist who often interacts with a lot of marginalized groups where you usually don't have data, right? It's a growing concern for me is, can there be something like too much data? Like in a sense, what are our concerns about ethical data? How do we organize and create data that is free of bias? And I'm so glad to have this panel to go through with me, and I'll just introduce my panelists a bit. So I have Evelyn Adegore, who is a policy analyst at Tech Hive Advisory, with interest in technology, law, data protection, digital rights, and general intersection of business, technology, and law. Evelyn's an astute researcher who has written and contributed to numerous articles and is passionate about consumer rights, deceptive design, data protection, and Africa's startup landscape, right? Evelyn, round of applause. Thank you. And I also have Adewumi Salami, who is a senior associate within the intellectual property and technology practice at Olajide Oyewole LLP. He works primarily with or in the media, sports, entertainment, and technology sectors, and has a particular focus on copyright, data protection, and fintech matters, legal and regulatory compliance. He acts for startups, financiers, and investors, as well as established companies. Adewumi? And finally, I have Favor Burkini, who is a data and digital rights researcher at Policy. In Favor's role at Policy, she works around a number of knotty topics related to technology-facilitated violence against women and the general impact of subsisting and emerging technologies on social justice and equality. Favor also works as a content writer with Ethical Intelligence, an AI ethics consulting firm, and with various research groups on topics related to data protection, regulation, and healthcare delivery. Favor? Great. So I'll start off actually with you, Favor. What opportunities would you say internet provides, like in terms of human rights, right? From a human rights perspective, what opportunities does it provide for the advancement of human rights? And not just that, but do you think there are ways in which that can be counterproductive?
Okay. Thank you so much, Caleb. I think that there are numerous opportunities which the internet provides for the advancement of human rights. Like, the whole point of the internet is to connect people, to bring people together, regardless of geographical location or other barriers, other constraints that prevent people from being together in one place. So in that sense, and because of that, the internet gives voice to people, or let me say it amplifies the voices of people. Using the internet enables us to know, for instance, about human rights violations in other parts of the world. Like in Nigeria, when we had the EndSARS protests 2 years ago, it trended globally. It was a source of global conversation because of the internet, because people were able to stream events online, on Instagram. There were trending hashtags and all that. So in that sense, looking at it that way, we could say definitely that the internet advances human rights. Well, not the internet itself, but people, because I think we should focus on human beings themselves. And on the flip side, there's also a downside, because, well, it's all about the people. The same people who can who can use the internet to advance social justice issues are the same people who can, antagonize or detract from those issues. And we can just see the people who online on Twitter today still say that the shooting at Lekki did not happen, or that youth were trying to cause anarchy and overthrow the government. So the very same tool that we use to advance issues that are dear to our heart, that concern us, is the very same one that people who are opposed to human rights can use to also detract from that message and poison that same message from going out. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Favor. Just to remind us that the session is being recorded and we can actually join in virtually. And also, you can also just share sort of like snippets of what we're saying on Facebook, Twitter, or wherever you like, and just use the hashtags. But I'll turn to you now, Evelyn, and just piggyback off what Favor said now, especially like around when she talked about the internet helping to amplify, right? But my concern is that amplification always a good thing, right? Is the way in which, like, do you think that there's a likelihood of that amplification to be weaponized, right? Is there a way in which it can be weaponized? Is your microphone on?
off the back of what Favor said, I'm just going to state that the internet has a lot of perks, right? It has a lot of amazing benefits and opportunities for people, right? But in as much as that is, there's also a lot of loopholes in laws, regulations, and I think knowledge gap in with people. So there's a lot of harm also going on the internet. I'll give a very practical example. I don't know if any of us signs petitions online. So for example, they say, oh, this is happening in somewhere in Nigeria. Sign a petition to ensure that the government doesn't go on with this. And you go on to sign that petition. Well, you read the petition and you're like, I don't totally agree. And you probably try to log out or do not sign the petition. But because of the way the website is structured, it sort of forces you to sign the petition, either by maybe deceptive design or something. And then that's just one of the many ways people can be manipulated online. You also go further to the knowledge gap with people. You have people who don't necessarily understand how to protect themselves on the internet, giving away their personal data without even knowing a lot of times. We have a lot of big techs. They take your data without you knowing. You want to sign, for example, they're asking you to maybe sign up for a service, and you're asking me, maybe it's a game, yes. So for example, a game, and the game is asking me to give permission to tracking my device. It's asking me to give permission to my date of birth, my mother's maiden name, like all sorts of questions, and you're like, this is not really necessary. But a lot of people just go on and sign those things and put out their data there because they don't know that, they don't know the dangers involved, right? So I think also the fact that there's a knowledge gap for most people who are on the internet, that adds to the harm. And I would say that the regulators and law have a lot of catching up to do in terms of catching up with technology. What we have now is law really always playing like a reactive role to technology. Oh, there's this new development. 10 years later, they're coming up with a regulation that sort of protects people from the harm of that technology. But what regulators are supposed to do is be forward thinking and say, oh, in the next 10 years, what's big data going to be like? How can we protect people from the harms that come along with it? So I think there's just a lot to say, but I think I'll just stop there.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. I'll jump to you now, Adewumi, and just really solid points about the law playing a very reactive role, right? I'll also pull up from what Evelyn has said, talking particularly about the knowledge gap, and that's because I know you work with a lot of corporations and big leagues and startups generally, but like a very honest question, in terms of how corporations interact with individuals, right, especially as you've seen with your work, who is the priority like in that engagement, right? So whether it comes to data or the internet in general, when you're designing laws or when you're helping like corporations, who is the priority? And a second question, is there a way in which we can reach a framework that prioritizes both individual and corporations, and would you say that's already in existence?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. And because of the type of work we do, we are in a position where we are able to advise. Can everyone hear me clearly? Or should I just speak? Okay, is this much better now? Hello? Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. So we are in a position where we work with a lot of companies. So my office is a licensed data protection compliance organization, a DPCO. And the question you have when you engage us is what do we actually do? We want to ensure that people, data subjects are at the forefront of our designs, and we ensure that we are compliant with everything we need to be compliant with. And what we tell you is that as a company that intends to be compliant, your sole focus has to be on the data subjects. Now, for you to process personal data, there are many lawful bases. There are different bases that you can work with in processing personal data. So there's the legitimate interest of the data controller. So even
in instances where you do not focus on the data subject itself, because you are able to focus to utilize the legitimate interest of the company in certain instances to process the personal data of data subjects, then you have a situation where a balance is automatically struck. So to answer the first part of your question, it is a mixture of both. It is a mixture of both. But what the law seeks to do and what the law intends to do is to ultimately protect data subjects and the end users. That is what the law ultimately seeks to do.
Thank you very much. That's a great point, which I think we'll explore like a bit more later, like in the panel. Back to you once again, Favor. We've seen essentially how technology has kind of changed how we essentially, interact. So in terms of e-commerce, mobile phones, customers can access products at essentially any time, right? They've also raised perceptions about what is acceptable customer service and what is not. From your perspective, how has technology changed the way we view consumer rights and protection? Has it strengthened it, or would you say it has weakened it, or would you say it has entirely just turned it up on its head?
Well, I think it's more of the latter. That, in my opinion, I think technology has sort of turned the idea of consumer rights up on its head, upside down. I think before we began to think about consumer rights or how they were affected by technology, we had a sort of different idea about what consumer rights were. And that would be, for instance, if you are thinking about, let's say, an organization like NAFDAC, for instance, that regulates food and drugs. We could think about, the activities of banks, financial institutions, the activities of other corporations, but not necessarily technology or data. So the sort of interference or the sort of regulation or protection that these already existing agencies offer is inadequate to protect the rights of consumers, of human beings online. So if you are thinking about, for instance, the notorious, infamous example of Lentex in Nigeria, you or somebody you know is really stranded, and then they download one of these apps. Maybe they've seen an ad on YouTube, which of course, those ads are of course targeted. They sort of have a market that they are looking for, and you download the app, then you just say yes to all the terms and conditions, because nobody has time to read all those things. You just need money, and it's very deliberate. Those terms and conditions are written, if there are even any terms and conditions, they are written they are deliberately constructed to ensure that users, consumers, don't read them. And then you say yes, and they ask for permission to access your contact list, to view your gallery, to view your internet browser history, all sorts of things, and you just say yes. And then you begin to default because you can't pay, because the interest loans are ridiculous. You are expected to pay up to 25% weekly or monthly or bi-weekly. And then you default. Then they start sending messages to all your contacts and friends. Favor Borokini has stolen company money. When she registered, she said you were a guarantor. Kindly contact us with our location or report to the nearest police station. And somebody actually sent me that message on WhatsApp, and I was like, are you aware that what you are doing is a violation of human rights, right to dignity, right to privacy? Person told me that I was very stupid, that I'm a stupid thief, that me and the person that borrowed money, that did we not know when we were borrowing the money? I was like, I don't know this person, I don't even know this person, I don't know why you're sending me these messages. So it is an angle of consumer rights protection that our law is, our laws are not, or our legal system is not exactly equipped to protect people for, and that builds on what Dolakpo was saying earlier, that and it's also very deliberate, because I see conversations online by tech bros, funders, and the conversation is all about getting ahead of regulation, and it's very deliberately so. So, well, in my opinion, technology has done a lot to disrupt how we view or construe consumer rights, and a lot of the time, unfortunately, it's for ill. It's not necessarily a good thing, but I guess the good part is that, well, I guess in this part of the world we are sort of playing catch up technology-wise. So there's still a huge opportunity for us to develop laws that are proactive, that can get ahead of some of these ills that we are seeing already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Favor. What is very interesting for me from what you've said, which I think will steer us like a bit to where we're going next, is the fact that as much as there are, like rights to consumer protection generally, which are fundamental human rights, there's still a lot of ourselves being infused into how we interact with data, right? So because we are a nation, or let's even widely say like a continent that believes in, because I've also seen people like the ones where they call you and then they cuss you on the phone. So like there's this infusion of the fact that, oh, like we think if sending someone like a prompt won't work, then we can just lay curses on them and they're more likely to believe or to pay back, right? And I guess my question now is, for Evelyn actually, is that we treat data as this objective thing, right? So we sometimes tend to think that biases do not seep into it, right? So like at least I'm a journalist primarily, so what you'll often hear me say like a lot or get told is, oh, get data, back up your story with data, right? But is data entirely objective, right? And if not, will an inherently biased system not produce biased data, right? And more importantly, like data being clean doesn't mean that it's not racist, for instance, or prejudiced, right? So what is your advice in creating less biased data if we as curators are already biased, right? If we bring our own understanding of how to get your money back is to lay curses on someone into how we interact with data, right? What is the place of social awareness in designing data that is socially conscious and just?
Okay, so I'll start from, that's a lot. So, okay, I think I'll start from...
your microphone, is it?
Is it on?
Yeah, just closer maybe.
So, I'll start from being able to clarify data. Now, it's really hard. There's the provision of the law that says that an individual can, for example, if a company has my data and I feel like a part of it is false, I can write to them and say, oh, this data you have about me is false. But then again, after doing that, sometimes those things are already out there on the internet. I remember, I think, the end of the first quarter of the year, I was incessantly receiving messages about this person borrowed my money, this person, and it was so annoying to me. So I always run to my boss, because my boss, we don't know, we have those kind of conversations. I'm like, see what these people are doing, and he's like, let's do something about it. So we did like a research where we analyzed over 30 loan apps, and what we found was that a lot of them use trackers. A lot of them don't even have privacy policies. The ones that do will go and hide it somewhere at the end where you won't see it, or they give you a very funny privacy policy, and they force you to accept it because you want to use the app. Once you accept it, the privacy policy disappears. And a lot more of other things. Some of them are deliberately intentional about their terms and conditions. They write in a way that you cannot understand, or you will not be able to understand. And I'm like, it's not that difficult to write terms and conditions. Even worse is they want to, I want to borrow money from you. Why do you need access to my gallery? Why do you need access to my messages? Why do you need access? And because people are desperate a lot of times, or people, I think it's also the knowledge gap thingy, because until I started working in this space, I never used to really see myself reading a privacy policy or terms and conditions. Anything I just see on my phone, because I want to use the app, I'm like, accept, till I get to what I'm doing, right? So a lot of times, I think the regulators need to be very intentional about creating a system and structure to ensure that organizations and companies are compliant in terms of protecting people's personal data, ensuring that they only, like data protection principles, they only take people's data, because data isn't really private, but what is really important is how you use it. Are you using it in line with the right proper basis for using it? Are you taking someone's data to say, oh, you're taking it for the purpose of doing research, but the person sees their, how do I put it now? You are using it for probably tracking or trying to develop some, trying to sort of find out their behavioral likes and dislikes in order to send them targeted ads. I'll also now come to e-commerce, because there's a lot also going on in the e-commerce space. I think our company is currently doing a lot of work around deceptive design. Deceptive design is basically like UI, UX options that don't really offer any option. So for example, I want to shop online, and maybe I pick out maybe 2 items, and let's say it's $5. The 2 items are $5. And I get to checkout, and it's showing me $15. So let's say I pick out a shoe, and I get to the checkout, and the company is adding shoe polish, and shoe box, and what else? Shoe bag, and everything is now amounting to $15. Another example is what now? What other deceptive designs are there? You want me to sign up for Netflix, and again you're asking for my date of birth, my mother's date of birth, the secondary school I went to, what I like to. So a lot of things around that line. Regulators, data is good, data is important, right? Data is to be used, but there needs to be structure by regulators. There need to be structures that is put together by regulators to ensure that it's not being used in the wrong way. People are not being harmed by what they put online, because there's really no delete button online, honestly. Once it's out there, it's out there. So instead of always playing reactive, can regulation and regulators be proactive and saying, oh, you can't use this data in this certain way. If you use this data in this certain way, this is the sanction you will receive. Also enlightening, I think, creating awareness sessions for users, right? A lot of people don't know that, don't know about these things. I think if they knew, and there was like a proper mechanism to complain and say, oh, these people are taking my data and using it in the wrong way, or their design is deceptive, people would want to complain. But some people don't even know that they are being deceived or they are being manipulated, so they don't even see the problem. So that's the problem. The problem is that they don't see the problem. So
yeah,
I think
I'll bring Adewumi in back here again just to comment on what you've said, which is particularly around, you've talked about the fact that our regulations are trying to catch up, right? And what can potentially solve this problem as that happens is increased awareness on the parts of users and everyday people, right? So Adewumi, what are concrete ways that you think we can go about getting getting people more aware of how the data is being used? Beyond the blanket way in which we say, oh, let people be more aware, what are actual concrete steps that culminate in that awareness?
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. And it's something that even stakeholders at the highest level are still deliberating on. I was at a NITDA organized conference last year for DPCOs and NITDA itself. And one of the issues that we identified was the fact that we say all of these things, and the people you are trying to protect themselves don't even know what their rights are and what have you. And some of the things we devised that there was a concentrated awareness program for people in your immediate environment. And we also recommended the fact that you have to make your privacy policies and terms of use very conspicuous on every platform through which you are collecting the personal data of data subjects. It has to be conspicuous. There's no other way to do it. And it also has to be in, let's say, depending on the demography or depending on the jurisdiction you are catering to, it has to be in languages that they would understand. I can't visit a French language, gaining access from Nigeria, a French website, gaining access from Nigeria, and you expect me to read the terms and understand everything in French, because I don't know the language. I won't understand what you're saying. I'll just proceed to sign up to what I'm not supposed to be signing up to. So education, deliberate actions on the part of data controllers, let me put it that way, or deliberate actions on the part of data controllers. And the next thing I would say is, I call it privacy by design. And what privacy by design is simply a situation where all your systems, all your infrastructure, they are what? They are proactive rather than reactive. And you have a situation where you do not, you don't find yourself in a position where you have to get a data subject access request before you know what to do with personal data. So those are the things that we recommended, and it's like the way forward right now if we want to increase user awareness and knowledge about their rights and obligations to where data is concerned.
Thank you. If you have any questions, just put them down and I'll turn to you very shortly. But thank you very much, Adeomi. Those are very concrete answers. I'll turn once again to you, Favor. And just like a bit of a backstory to the question is, I work as an editor for a publication that focuses on telling minority stories, right? So that means we cover women, gender minorities, ethnic, religious, persons with disabilities. We're based in Uganda, but we kind of work like across the continent. And outside of this, I still do like some work currently with Mozilla for the Pocket app, where I'm sort of curating content, again, around marginalized groups, right? So one thing, of course, you find when you exist in this space is that there's not as much data on people from marginalized communities, right? And I guess my question for you is, because we recently run a story about South Africa's census, which happened, I think, in February to March, and how for the first time, right, they were counting undocumented migrants and asylum seekers, I think. And we spoke to a few of these people who said, you know, like on paper it sounds like a very progressive thing, right? Like the country is trying to know how many undocumented migrants are within the country, but the concern, it was a bit of a mixed, there was a divide that felt counting us is great because now we'll be able to access more services, and there was a divide that felt counting us would allow us to be much more targeted, right? So my question for you is, especially because I know you've worked around like the rights of women, is do you think there's a way in which data can be too much, right? Do you think that having data, particularly about marginalized groups and disenfranchised communities, can further, you know, lead or bolster efforts to exclude them? And what is your response to that?
Okay, so yes, that's a very good question. And while you were speaking, I was trying to remember this book that I've been reading on data. I think the title is Invisible Women. Yes. So in the book, the author talks about how there is not a lot of data on women and how that affects, for instance, drugs. Some drugs are more, well, they affect men and women differently. So, and that is significant because, you know, when they are testing drugs in the labs, they use male rats, according to the book, because, well, female rats go through, they have a reproductive cycle, and so their hormones are usually in flux at different times of the month. So the researchers prefer to use male rats because male rats don't have any such issues. But what that means is that a drug that would be more effective on a male rat will not be very effective on a female rat, or can cause some other contraindications, something like that. And then if we are talking about car safety, for instance, they are usually, the dummies that are usually used to test, for instance, seat belt safety, are usually male dummies. And when complaints were made about that issue, the car manufacturers just decided to get a scaled down male dummy, which was basically, you know, like a small man, instead of getting a dummy that was shaped like a woman to test car safety. So, so of course there's an issue that we need sex disaggregated data so that we can provide better products for women that are suited, fitted for women. But there's also the problem that there's also the problem that, as you were talking about, for instance, asylum seekers, migrants, gender minorities, sexual minorities, there's a problem of surveillance. So if, for instance, if there is some, I just want us to imagine if the Nigerian government just says, well, we want to repeal the Same-Sex Prohibition Act, for instance, but we are going to get a register. So if you are gay, if you're a lesbian, if you are bisexual, if you are trans, we are not going to like arrest you again. You can marry, you can do whatever you like, but you are going to write your name in this register. Like, just imagine what that would be. It really wouldn't be freedom in the real sense. What it would mean is that there would be more surveillance. So in front of your house, when you wake up, you just find a police taxi there, and they say, oh, we are just policing the area, nothing serious, we are just here to police the area, nothing, we love you, we support gay rights. But that's what will happen. And you can apply it to just about any ethnicity that is a minority, any group that is a minority. The more data that is collected about that, the more visible they are, and the more easy it is to control them. And that is essentially a breach to the right to privacy. I have the right to be able to go wherever I want to go, as long as I'm not harming somebody. And the presence of a police car that is trailing me, you know, it sort of contradicts that right. So I've been thinking about this issue, and I think that it comes down to two things. I feel like there are two different types of you can view minority groups or vulnerable groups in different ways. Women, for instance, are probably half the population, less than half actually, in Nigeria. But that means there are a lot of women. Women are not exactly minority in terms of population, but they are minoritized. So that means that they are less visible due to certain policies, beliefs, cultural norms and stuff like that. So what that means is that I feel that more data on women would be helpful to women, because it would simply mean that they are more supported or cared for in their you know, based on the population. But for groups that are actually smaller in size or that are vulnerable due to their population, and also due to the fact that there are certain societal beliefs and religious practices that are, you know, opposed to their very existence and livelihoods, then data collection on those sorts of groups will not be helpful to the same extent as for women, in my opinion. And for those kinds of groups, then you would need further discussion beyond simply collecting data on them. You would need to speak with them, with stakeholders from those groups, with civil society people who are working with them, to see how better, you know, how we can collect data. If that data would need to be anonymized, or if access to it would need to be restricted to certain groups of people, or if that sort of data should be collected at all. So that's sort of my thinking about that.
Thank you very much, Favor. Those are very interesting submissions. I think if you have any questions, you can just put up your hand and I'll come to you. But Adewumi and Evelyn, do you have any responses to Favor's point? And just, I guess, broadly speaking about the general future of data, right? Do you think, because I'm passionate about designing inclusive futures, and I think that data has plays a very crucial role in that. But come back to what Favor is saying, where's the line between weaponization and surveillance and advancement, right? How do we decide? I guess even speaking broadly, what do you think is a great way for us to innovate, or collect data while still holding platforms and people accountable in how the data is used? And I can start with you, Evelyn, and then come to Adewumi.
Okay. So I'll say Favor made very interesting submissions around data collection, when it should be collected, when it shouldn't, when it's harmful and when it's not harmful. But I'll say a lot of times it's helpful. It just matters. What matters really is how it's going to be used, or whose hands it eventually lands in. So I'll say, for example, let's say Lagos State government wants to do a lot of work around more inclusivity, because you go to a lot of public institutions and there's no even real way for people, probably people who are on wheelchairs to work. So when they were building those places or putting those things in place, they were not thinking, oh, there's a wide gap of people and everything. So if it's going to be used to ensure inclusivity, then that's amazing. But what usually is like, she gave the example of freedom rights, and she talked about gay people, and I can totally understand if the government says, oh, especially in places like Nigeria where policies spring up, we wake up tomorrow and there's a new, for example, it was the code of conduct for, the recent code of conduct was so unexpected. Nobody knew anything was coming. So we wake up tomorrow and there's a same-sex prohibition act, the one that exists, and tomorrow they say, oh, they are cancelling it or they are throwing it away and they are putting a new law. And 5 years down the line, there's now a new law that says, okay, you can't do this again. So it's the sort of structure and the kind of environment we have. There's really no, what's the word now? There's no, what am I looking for? There's really no structure, basically. There's things happen, things spring up, and there's no multi-stakeholder approach to really getting people involved in process or procedures of making policies that affect them, right? So I would say that data collection, using it in the right way is really important. But what we need to be conscious about is who is collecting it, how is it being used. In the next 10, 15 years, what's that data going to be used for? What's it going to be targeted at? So I think there's a lot of work that needs to go into those gaps to ensure that people are not marginalized or, are not violated. Their rights are not violated.
Thank you, Evelyn. Same question, Adeomi.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think Fivo and Evelyn have made very good points on this particular talking point. And personally, when we talk about the future of data and technology and what have you, I like to break it down and break it down in the sense of we have to consider the pros, we have to consider the flip side of both. And I think the future is regulation. And when I say regulation, I mean being able to control who does what, when it's done, and what you seek to achieve and what the objective is. But it's not just regulation in the sense that we've come to know it in Nigeria. Now, she gave an example of the recent code of practice for interactive computer service providers and internet intermediaries. Now, because we work for some big tech companies and we work for people in the space, what we know is that they did not just issue a draft. They did not just issue a draft code to the public. There were actually deliberations. There were deliberations, and there was an initial draft that no one, except, let's say, big tech companies like Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, that's Meta, and what have you. There was an initial draft that they were the only ones who saw that draft. And because of our own position as the advisors, we were opportunity to see it. So when people come to me and say, oh, have you seen this draft code of practice that was issued by NIDA? I just laugh and say, you've seen this particular one, but you did not even see the bad one. Because the first copy was way worse than what we have initially. And then again, what we say is, you sit down, you analyze why they want to have the regulation in place. Misinformation, disinformation, deepfakes, fake news is prevalent. Even the European Union, they are trying to take steps and different measures to address all of these issues. But what we need to ensure is that no regulator is going beyond the scope of what he or she is allowed to under the different establishing laws. And then we've also asked that if you are a regulator and you want to make laws that affect stakeholders, that affect big tech companies, you have to always sit down in a room with them. You have to understand not just, you do not have to see it from just your own perspective. You have to understand where they are coming from. You have to understand the functionalities of their different platforms. You have to understand what they have in place right now, their different policy guidelines, their terms of use, and what have you. It is when you understand all of these things and you invest in research and education yourself as a regulator that you guys can meet halfway. When I say meet halfway, that is, you are able to bring up something that everyone is in support of, and ultimately holds these big tech companies accountable for all of the data that they process and all of the information that is exchanged on their different platforms. So the future is regulation, but it's regulation that must be in line with with best practices and must be in line with the best interests of everyone who is involved, every single stakeholder, from the website owners down to the end users and consumers.
Thank you. I do think there are many ways in which regulation can be necessary, but I guess like I worry about, you know, like where we draw the line between regulation and perhaps just plain old policing, right? And I think that would be something that we can touch on very quickly, but I want to turn to the audience first and see if we have any questions. Do we have any questions from anybody in the audience, just as we wrap up the panel? Yes, we have one hand here. Do we have microphones? You can just once again say your name, what you do, and then I'll ask you a question for those who were not here when you introduced. Hand up again?
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Clinton, I'm a designer. You can
Clinton?
hear me, right? Yes, Clinton. Okay, my first question is, are there regulatory bodies on data? Like, the government putting in place regulatory bodies on data, or how it is being used and why? Like you said, on important things whereby you're getting information that you don't necessarily need. And secondly, terms and conditions on most of these new softwares and applications we use on our phone, can it be like very straightforward? Like I don't necessarily need a lawyer to go through them. Are there ways they could make things, like implement things like that, so it could be so simple for everybody to know, okay, this is what and what you have to do? And accountability again is what I want to ask again. On everybody coming on board, they should be very accountable to whatever they are representing. Thank you.
Clinton has asked something we've all been thinking. Why are terms and conditions long when they could just be essentially 10 lines that say this is what we're doing, this is how we're using it? And then the second question he asked was about if there are any regulatory bodies for data in Nigeria. Who wants to take? Yes, Adeomi.
Okay, so I'll start with the first question. And in terms of regulatory bodies, we actually have a legislative framework for the use of data, personal data in Nigeria, and you have your Nigerian Data Protection Regulation 2019 and its implementation framework that guides the use, collection, storage, processing of personal data. And the regulator, the agency that was responsible for the issuance of that was NIDA, National Information Technology Development Agency. Now, but what we've had from I think February or March is that we now have the Nigerian Data Protection Bureau, and it is like the data protection arm of NIDA. So what it does is it took on the responsibility that NIDA had where data protection is concerned in Nigeria. So right now the effective regulator and the agency is the Nigerian Data Protection Bureau, NDPB. Now, for the second question, should I or would?
Does anybody else want to take it? Evelyn, do you have an answer?
So I think the second question was on terms
and conditions. Yes.
Well, it can't be 10 lines, but it can definitely be more user-friendly. It can be easier and simpler to understand. I think a lot of people that intentionally make their terms and conditions difficult, they are being intentional about it. They are intentionally saying, we need to sort of frame this in a way that people don't really understand what they are signing up for. So when you come and say, this is not what I signed up for, we'll show them that there's this small letter clause here, or this word here, or you know how lawyers and legalists can be, right? So I think a lot of what we're pushing for in terms of these things being user-friendly is ensuring that there's regulations to sort of, there's like again, I'll go back to regulators. When you create a sort of, not really policing, but a sort of system whereby people are, companies or these website owners want to be compliant, you're not policing them to, but they want to be. It sort of comes from a place where, oh, you've educated consumers. Consumers now know who is exploiting and who is not exploiting. So would I rather opt for a service that would exploit my data or not? I'll go for a service that won't exploit my data. And in that kind of scenarios, website owners begin to come to an understanding of the fact that, consumers are more educated, they are more aware, and they rather will go for a service that have good reputation, good policies around data protection, good policy governance structures, right? And this sort of informs them, and they now begin to reshape their practices towards being ethical and transparency. So I think it's sort of like a circle, right? It's a circle. The regulators need to do their job. They need to educate consumers. Consumers will now choose, oh, I won't opt for this, I will opt for this because they are more user-friendly, they are more intentional about my protection and my rights, right? So I think it's really a circle. So for example, you see some very complicated privacy policies. Why are you putting an indemnity clause in a privacy policy? Why are you forcing me, privacy notice? A privacy notice is essentially you telling me what you're using my data for. It's a legal requirement. I shouldn't be accepting or rejecting it, right? So you're just supposed to put out a notice that tells me essentially what you use my data for. But I open a privacy policy and it's maybe 20 pages, and there's indemnity, and there's severability, and there's different funny clauses. Those things are not really necessary. So can it be more, not 10 lines, but can it be more user-friendly? Yes, it can.
I still want 10 lines. Advocating for 10 lines. Do we have any other questions? I'll take 2 more. Okay, we can start at the back, and then we'll come to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Olumide. I'm just curious about, somebody's talking about, about National Bureau of Statistics. If you look at that part of our government, how do you want to relate it to all the data you are talking about? What is the similarity between the data here and the data they are gathering? Because according to Nigeria, when you want to get the data for sensor, what they call it, I can't come and meet private sector for data. I have to go to the government. So what is the similarity between them? Because if I'm to run a project for a particular local government, I would rather go to Bureau of Statistics, coming to people that are working on data analysis and stuff. So I just want to know, especially my brother, you've been working with different sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll take all the questions and then we'll just answer at a go so we don't go back again. So we have one here.
Hello everyone. My name is, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Abba, I'm a banking product analyst. My question is, talking about the segmented groups, yeah? And then we're looking at government and regulations. Now also we are trying to move away from reactive mode to active mode. But then you know that governments, they have the power, they have regulations, they decide what to do with these things. But how can you advise these segmented groups to work around with what they have? So whenever these things come, they know how to adjust, they know how to be flexible, they know how to be resilient to achieve their end goal. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abba. We have one last question here. The microphone is coming. Thank you very much.
So, my name is Dayo. I just wanted to ask if data protection is truly visible in Nigeria. We have a lot of free products out there. Facebook is free, Gmail is free, Instagram is free. On the flip side, somebody said if anybody is selling free products or free services, you're actually the product that they are selling. So I just want to be sure if that is actually feasible in Nigeria, in data protection. And the other thing again is about data regulation harmonization or something. We talked about NITDA, we also have the Nigerian Corporate Commission. They also deal with data in one aspect or the other. We have census board that deals with data in terms of things and all this stuff. We have data from MBS and the like. So once now, specifically to you as a lawyer in that regard, how data regulation harmonization is going to be feasible also in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dayo. Remember all the questions? Okay, so I think Adeomi, you can take Olumide's question about the National Bureau of Statistics and the similarities between what's there to what we have on ground.
Okay, thank you. And I think an aspect of his question is similar to his, and it's just to understand the harmonization and, should I say, co-management approach where personal data is concerned. And for the Bureau of Statistics, let me mention that data protection laws in Nigeria seek to protect personal data. Now, when we say personal data, we refer to identifiable information of individuals or data subjects, as the case may be. Now, in regulating this, you have what is applicable to the regular entities, regular entities, and we also have guidelines for public institutions. Now, public institutions would include the National Bureau of Statistics, the Nigerian Copyright Commission, Census Board, and what have you. So there are guidelines for the management of personal data by public institutions. Now, if you check the guidelines, there are a lot of similarities with the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation that is for the regular people, who are private agents, private institutions, and what have you. So the guidelines for the management of personal data by public institutions lays down many provisions and guidelines in terms of how these agencies and organizations can process personal data, the lawful basis for processing the personal data, what they can use it for, when it can be released, and how it can ultimately be utilized by them. So there is an arrangement for something like that, and I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank you. Now, the other aspect of your own question was if data protection is feasible in Nigeria. I'm a data protection evangelist, to be very honest, and it's something I cannot sit down here and tell you it's not feasible, because even as someone who works with a data protection compliance organization, it is something that we see that we do every day, and it is achievable. I assure you it is achievable. And we are currently at a stage where I cannot call our regulation new. It was issued in 2019. It's not new, but in terms of testing major provisions of the regulation, or being able to have direct interpretations of what they mean, although the implementation framework helped in that regard to some extent, to a large extent. But in terms of testing provisions in court and what have you, we are at a very early stage. Our data protection regulatory regime, it's not mature yet, but there is definitely data protection obligations that more companies are becoming cognizant of, and public agencies, private institutions, and everybody is looking to comply. Now, if you check, because you have to, as a data controller, if you meet a minimum threshold of personal data that you've processed, you have to file your data audit reports with the regulator. And if you look at the numbers from 2019 till date, because the regulator releases a yearly report on the number of companies that have complied, if you look at the numbers, if you look at the figures, then what you notice is constant progression. People are becoming more aware. Fines and compliance notices are being issued to organizations and companies that are not compliant. So yes, it is definitely feasible. Are we where we want to be? No. But can we get there? Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, Adewumi. We have one question from Abba, which I think, Evelyn, you can take, and then we'll just wrap up the session. The question was about segmented growth. And since you talked about like a shifting from a more proactive rather than reactive approach, and Abba was asking is, how can you advise segmented growth to move around what they have?
So how this, the minority group, segmented group, so how do they work with the regulations per time? Because the government, they have regulations, they come up at the moment, but then how are they flexible? How are they resilient to what they have to achieve?
So you're asking more of what the regulators should do?
So more of the segmented group should do when they face, or when they are in such situations where the government comes up with certain policies.
Well, what can...
Yeah, what would be your advice to these minority groups?
So a lot of times, what can minority groups do? Lobby, put out... No, honestly, because it's really... Okay, I'll use the example. When the code of practice came out, they gave people 7 days to... I think it was initially 7 days, then they extended it. Yeah, then they extended it. And in that 7 days... people were coming out on Twitter to say, oh, this regulation is this regulation is that, this regulation is this. There were like a lot of threads on Twitter about it. But I was recently attending a virtual event yesterday. It was, I think, organized by API. I can't remember their full name. That's an acronym. It's like a policy organization. And someone from the regulator said that with all the public comments, they only received about 18 submissions. Right? But on Twitter, there was a massive outcry, and it really wouldn't have taken much for people to have submitted, because I know it was really not so great that the deadline was really short, but they extended it. So I don't think it would have taken much for people to actually say, okay, this is about me. And instead of just putting out, no regulator is going to go and read your thread on, or most won't read your thread on Twitter. What they need you is, if they call for submissions, put out that submission, petitions, go to court if there's a proper court system, if there's a proper justice system that won't take you years. But sometimes, even if it's going to take you years, if it's worth it, if it's a worthy cause, then yeah. So I think that's like what minority groups can do. Like, they just need to be ingenious about protecting themselves and finding ways to engage regulators. I think I also like to add to what he said is that I think if you are very conversant with the international landscape for data protection, you will realize that data protection is very feasible, especially when you see $1 million fines from the GDPR. It sort of puts, it sort of makes website owners and these platforms to say, okay, oh, I don't want to get fined. Or, for example, I know there was a lot of, it didn't solve it, but when Soko loan was fined, I think maybe last year, beginning of last year, when they were fined last year, there was a bit of calm in this person is owing me money, and this person, there was a calm, right? So I think it's very feasible in terms of organizations being more compliant, in terms of people being more aware, in terms of now the bureau, the Data Protection Bureau, being more hands-on and really following up. So I think it's very, very feasible, actually. So I hope that helps.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. We're wrapping up the panel now, but I'll just get last thoughts from each of you. And I think just to preempt what I kind of want us to talk about as we close is, I'll do the quote from a researcher, Ruha Benjamin, which I really like, and it talks about, remember to imagine and craft the worlds you cannot live without, just as you dismantle the ones you cannot live within, right? And I think when I was looking at the theme for DataFest this year, and just like big data, little data, and everything between, I was thinking increasingly of how a lot of times countries and people, in the global south or in Africa, we can precisely say often fall within the everything between, right? Because we're being, like a lot of the data policies we see, a lot of the data advancements and innovations are not designed with us in mind, right? We're just kind of like rushing to mostly adopt things, whereas it will be much more effective for us to be like involved even in the design process. So my charge for you as you think of your last words is, how do we go about divesting from a model, as we think of like the future of data and technology and the internet in Africa, how do we go about divesting from a model that is very adoptive? And I'm thinking as Africans now, because we've talked about things like data colonialism or digital colonialism, where people say, oh, data is the new colonialism, data is the new way in which countries or smaller countries will be colonized. So in your perspective, and in 30 seconds, how would you say it is what would you say is a great way for us to go about divesting from like an adoptive model and into like a much more, for us to be much more proactive, like in designing data policies, data innovations, data interventions as a continent, as a country, and as people? We can start with Favor.
Okay, well, that's a very, my final thoughts on this issue sort of will, well, I think that the way forward is for us to imagine alternative data governance structures. And this sort of reacts to his question about feasibility. I think that it is not enough for us to rely on the Nigerian data protection regulation. These are, orthodox, institutionalized, traditional ways of regulating issues. I think that we need to look at how we can empower communities to be able to control their data. If somebody is going to, I don't know, let's say I'm from Akure, I'm from Ondo State, Idonre Hills, for instance, and you want to collect data about that tourist site or some other tourist sites, how can we ensure that communities in those geographical locations are the ones that control the data that is taken from them? And this also applies to minority groups as well. How do we ensure that whatever data is collected about us is controlled to a great extent by us? If I am, if I belong to a community, a group of people, and there's something valuable that tourists or the government or private investors want to datafy or break down into bits that they can sell. How do I ensure that I can control this? And I don't think that the NDPR will get us where we need to be to ensure that more people are aware, that more people know the value of their data. So my closing remark would be for us to build the future that we want, the future that we want to live in. More people need to be empowered to ensure that they are the ones responsible for developing data regulations and data frameworks that protect their own interests. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very solid point. Deomi?
Okay, thank you. My simple response to your question is education. And when I say education, I mean education on the part of the data subject, education on the part of the regulator. Now, we were one of the 18 people who submitted comments on the code of practice. And one of the things we said was that we recognize that some of the challenges with the regulator that issued that particular draft is manpower. And they probably don't have enough people or do enough research to be able to know what would be applicable to most of these platforms that they've issued the regulation in respect of. So what do you do in that instance? You have licensed DPCOs, people who are in the industry, people who talk to sector giants, people who talk to these big tech companies. You've licensed them as your DPCOs. Why not engage them to be able to carry out some of this research for you and report to you on how to do things and the best way to move things forward? Now, we also clamor for education on the part of the data subjects, the rural communities. You cannot want a compliant community in a community. You cannot want a compliant society in a community where people don't even know that they have certain rights, where use processing, collection, storage of personal data is concerned. You cannot have anything like that, and you have to invest in the education across the different segments of the economy. And then the other aspect where education is important is for the data controllers. These institutions, these companies that collect your personal data, they must be able to abide by the principle of privacy by design. We do not want a situation where you are reacting to complaints, you are reacting to fines, you are reacting to compliance notices. We want a situation where you have already built systems that cater to all of these things and that factors in the rights of everyone whose personal data you are working with or interacting with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adewumi. Evelyn, strictly 30 seconds now.
I think for me, I'm a big fan of awareness. I could ask anybody, you don't need to raise your hand, or just ask yourself how many of your data, how many data subject rights you know. Have you ever even thought of enforcing it? But I think the issue is, if you know these rights, if you know that you can ask, for example, you can write to Google to delete all the data they have about you lawfully, you will do it if you feel like you need to do it. But the issue is people don't know they are supposed to do it, or they don't know they can do those things, right? So I think I'm a big fan of awareness, self-awareness. Pick up those laws, read it, have comments about it, have thoughts about it, have ideas about it, put it out there, and from putting it out there, as much as you can engage regulators from their different means. For example, where Tech Hive is organizing like a policy hackathon where people can co-create a policy on deceptive design, right? And we'll take these to different regulators. We're bringing different regulators from Africa. But this is just us being ingenious about how to protect the way forward, right? So I think people need to be ingenious about protecting themselves and protecting what is theirs in terms of data and things around that line. Regulators also need to be forward-thinking and proactive towards development and technology. So I think that's it from me.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Thank you so much, everybody. I think we've learned so much today. I am definitely going with like a lot of the last points you've talked about, being ingenious, self-awareness, education, and Adewumi's part, and what Favor said about imagining alternative forms of data governance and ensuring that data collected by us or for us is controlled by us. I want to thank you for being a very incredible audience, and thank you to my incredible panel, who I will ask you to give a round of applause as I welcome Olumide back. Thank you.
To see more of these people taking Nigerian forward when it comes to data analysis, data protection, yes, because that's one of the way whereby we can actually, drive that innovation we are talking about. I think it's time for us to go for break. Before they set up the lunch, I want us to just meet each other, get to know each other, then I will tell you when to go out. Is that okay? So have a great afternoon. Thank you. Please, let's connect. Let's talk to each other. Know your friends, know your brother, what you are doing, how we can help each other to grow in this data.
interacting with governments and in as much as accessing services was concerned.
The point of starting this organization was to figure out how to use data more effectively to influence service delivery across African countries.
At Policy, we do our research really based on human-centered design.
We engage, empower, and experiment. Through engagement, we develop digital tools that amplify two-way interaction between citizens and government.
Our work focuses on using data, and we want people to be part of a bigger discourse, because whether we like it or not, data has become a part of our lives, and if we are not part of the discussion and if we do not have a seat at the table, then other countries and other corporations will make this safe for us. So it's very important that whatever we do around data, that we make sure that people in the countries that we work in have a seat at the table to talk about this. And this is really what our work is about.
Policy is an organization approaching the problems that tech poses to society in a creative and inclusive way.
We work with the users so that the research work that we do, the findings that we get, the recommendations that we develop, they resonate with the needs of the user.
So we use data and research and digital tools to promote and create awareness.
But most importantly, we want to craft better life experiences on how citizens, grassroots citizens, can interact with data.
We have three main pillars of work, which are doing data trainings, because we want people across Africa to be on the same level as Western countries in how we use, process, and protect our data. The second arm is that we do research on data, so looking at data governance, digital rights, anything where data comes in contact with citizens. And the third part that we do is that we build technology products that are based on data, for example, when we do social media monitoring projects.
When it comes to impact, I immediately think of our research work. So some of the research that we do has never been done before in an African context. So for example, an issue like online gender-based violence or how data is used by feminist movements, this is research that has been done, but not necessarily in an African context. So when we do such research, we're visibilizing these issues in African context and giving people the data to use for their advocacy.
In our past projects, I'll take for example Create Your Kampala, which was a civic project that was aimed at empowering citizens to seek better services in their communities. We employed or used data artistry, where we made sure that the data that we had collected, we took it back to the people in form of murals that were painted on walls to make sure that people understand the data that comes from their community. And we feel like such methods of relaying information to the people are the way to go if we are going to have a communally, or if we are going to have citizens that are actively engaged in policy dialogue.
We know that a lot of content that deals with data can be quite filled with jargon or can be quite complicated, and you might lose interest of people who should be a part of the conversation. So we are always trying to use creative means to make sure that any of the content that we create can reach people at different spectrums, can meet them where they are, whether that's creating games or creating chatbots that are conversational, or using artwork, using murals. So I think what really sets us apart is how we combine art and technology to talk about data.
At Policy, we believe in the power of data to revolutionize how governments provide services to citizens, and we aim to digitally transform services across Africa to craft better life experiences for citizens.
In 5 or 10 years, I see Policy being an organization that actually comes up with solutions informed by the insights that we find from our own research.
My vision is to have a company that's headquartered here with subsidiaries in other countries, where we get to dictate how the research happens, what kinds of views we take in. And I think that being in Africa, we have a very unique perspective that we can share with the world instead of the other way around. So I think, when we first started off, we were doing work in Uganda, and now we're quite Pan-African, and so the next step is just to go global.
Policy is an acronym that comes from opinion polling and policy making. And the story of Policy is that years ago,
going to be having some lightning talk from some of our, let me say, people in the tech space. But I just want to confirm, Favor, do we have Karen Chuku online, or is anybody bearing Karen? What of, is it Dili or Dali or something? None. Okay. So I'll be calling now. I'll be calling Israel Ode Ajo, right? Did I get it? From Zindi Africa. Is going to be giving us some lightning talk on a tool for scaling your data science journey. So in the next 10 to 15 minutes, right? We want to hear from you. Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause, please.
All right, thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Israel, and I'm a data scientist, and of course, I'm also a software engineer, and presently, I'm one of Zindi ambassadors in Nigeria. And of course, after now, we can, connect after now. My LinkedIn, my mail, and my Twitter, and right. So I'll be discussing basically on a tool for scaling your data science journey, and I'm documenting that as say Zindi as a service. Right, that's like basically what we'll be discussing. So Zindi as a service, right? My job is to talk about Zindi, and I know that Zindi offers quite a number of services that will interest us as individuals, and also that will interest us as organization, right? There's a two-part to it. So I'm going to talk more from the part of an individual. How can you benefit from Zindi? As a person, I've benefited quite a number of times from Zindi by winning a hackathon, meeting new people, working on projects. I don't know, at least the money part makes sense, right? So we'll talk about that. So we can move now. Okay, so we look at this scenario, and I need us to look at that. Some of us possibly fall in that stage now in our career, or say in our learning process. So I say, Ola, a self-taught data scientist, or say a self-taught business analyst. I mean, we could be any way. Through various online videos, of course, many of us are self-taught. We watch videos and we're trying to get through some of the things that we are learning. He's not sure of what he has learned, what he can do in the data space. He's willing to find a space where he can explore the techniques he has learned in the past 6 months. And I know when we're doing introduction, people talking about they are self-taught, and that is where it really makes sense. And that's some of the things I want us to look at. And of course, some people talking about the fact that they are skillful. Of course, that's some of the things that we also want to, look at. It's so keen to understand the real-life usage. I've had that question many times today to say, how is this thing going to happen? I've had conversation about the noise pollution. How many of us are on that hackathon? Of course, it's going to end sometime soon now. It has ended already. Oh, wow. I think I make one submission. Let me come and check it too. All right. He has learned about data analysis and machine learning models. Now, what will you recommend? And that's exactly what I'm here to talk about. So what I will recommend to such a person who have done a lot of self-taught. So let me talk about myself a bit, because I also fall in that space, right? Starting out in the tech space, I was doing a lot of self-taught. I was doing night VGs to learn, because I cannot even afford to buy the normal data now, right? So I'll do 12 to 4 so that I can, just do stuff. Then one of the things I learned after doing some of these things is because at times, even when they ask you, do you know this, you don't want to say it, because you're not even sure if you are learning the right thing, because you don't have that community where you can show the things that you've learned. So you'll be saying, yes, I've been learning, you have been trying, because you are not really sure, because it's just all about what you can process. Do we get like, it is only me, and it is only me that understand what I am saying. I might really not be able to relate to the other things that you are saying, right? And that is where I'll talk about the community called Zindi. So can we have Zindi back now? All right, so that's my recommendation. I'm going to recommend Zindi for this person. Now, can we say about Zindi? Now, so Zindi is like a very professional network for data people and for organization. For example, if you look at the setup for this DataFest Africa 2022, you'll be hearing policy, you'll be hearing sliver beds and all of that. This organization who actually wants to solve a problem, and they were looking at, okay, how can we reach more people to solve that problem for us? So they had to use the Zindi platform, right, to have different people compete for the same problem. And of course, instead of trying to bring too many people together in your office and all of that, everybody has that luxury of, time span to work on the project. And at the end, there is a deadline. Of course, for every project, there's a deadline. Now, they have the deadline to be today, right? Now, they are going to pick the best, model now. That is the model that performs most better out of all the people. So it can be the same thing for your organization. Instead of trying to get many people, you can leverage on the light of Zindi, right? Zindi is open to everyone. All you just need to reach out. We have this particular problem and we need guys that can work on them, right? So I'm talking from those two parts as an organization as well as an individual that can use Zindi to get better. Now, can we move now? So we also know that Zindi is obviously open to everyone, right? Whether you are just starting today. Remember, I started using Zindi in 2019 for a particular hackathon. That was all I knew. Of course, I knew people were submitting. I knew people were doing quite a number of stuff that day. But obviously, I did not know what they are doing. So it starts that way. The first step is to start. And there are advantages of starting, and that's some of the things I'm going to discuss. Just start. What they are saying, I know they'll be saying so many things. For example, if you look at the solution they presented, because it was an audio data set, so there are so many things they were saying, and of course you're like, what are they saying? But the first thing really is just to start the process. So by now, or after this class, I encourage that everybody has a Zindi account. Just have an account first. That shows that you belong, right, to that platform. I'm going to share that later. So can we move to the next slide? Okay, so these are testimonies of other guys on Zindi. This is my friend Lawrence. Lawrence is one of the big guys. He's from Kenya, and he's doing amazing stuff, right, in the data space. So he started basically like this way that many of us are too. So it doesn't really matter whether you even understand what the entire life cycle of building a model is. What you need first is access to the data, and that is one of the big things that Zindi provides for every one of us. Now let's move. So this is, okay, please let's move. Let's move because of my time. Next slide, please. Please, can we have only this slide? Maybe just me off. All right. Okay, I think so let me just speak to this. So some of the things I will recommend or that we get to see on Zindi basically is you get access to real problems that is faced by companies in specific countries. And this is one of the things that I've personally leveraged on, right? Building my profile and also applying for jobs. So if they say what have I worked on, because Zindi gives you that room, that once you work on any project, even if you win or not, you understand the life cycle of that project, even if you are not like the #1 person on the project, but at least you worked on that project. And every problem on Zindi is specific to a use case, to a particular company, and that's some of the things we can leverage on. So what have I worked on before? For instance, I've worked on a promotion problem with a company in Ibadan that was hosted on Zindi. So that's like an experience for me. At times, some of those projects takes 2 weeks, some of them takes 4 weeks, some of them take 1 month, some of them take like a whole lot of time. So you must know that what is most important is to start building your problem solving skill, not necessarily that you need to win. Like I said, when I started in 2019, I was not winning. I started winning sometimes in 2020. Also, I won again last year. Right? So it's not, and basically, the first thing is not really winning. The first thing is having an access to that platform and getting access to the data, because data is actually the first thing that we talk about. So, back to the slide. All right, so another part is internship and job opportunities. So the part that you're now on Zindi, once you're on Zindi, you want to have a good profile. The same way you do your LinkedIn, you want to make your, Zindi account looks that way too. Don't stress it. Just let it be as simple as the things that you have been learning, even the things you are open to do. So it gives you that portfolio where anybody who considers Zindi as a platform for recruitment. And if you check, I'm going to show you some of those things. If you check jobs, for instance, Zindi can always recommend jobs for you. Once they see you as a very active user, they do. I receive that mail almost every time to say there is a job opportunity because of my position on some of the competitions. But it doesn't still matter. What you need first, like I said, is that access. And once you are there, you can also you can apply yourself to. Once you are sure that you understand what the problem is, and you can build simple models around them. So most of the always working models are not serious models. They're just the basic one you think we know perform. Right? These are some of, so don't feel the people doing it are doing anything big. That's how I thought too. this was submitted 50 times, this one was submitted 80 times. What is happening now? Me, I'm just submitting. Another person has submitted 120. Somebody has submitted just twice. And you're seeing the person at the top, right? So don't let that take you away from starting, right? It happens like that most of the time. But once you get used to a process over and over, you know, you can get the best from it. Remember the first competition I won on Zindi? I first joined in 2019. And that competition was even for females only. I didn't even, to tell you how much, I didn't even know what was happening. I didn't even check I didn't read anything. It was for female. I didn't check it. I just joined because I was just so much eager to learn. That was what I was basically doing. I just joined. So I just noticed everybody submitting. They are females. And now, it was not that time I went back to check what exactly I was supposed to. So I didn't really check it. So now the good part of it is, they now hosted that same competition again. So another competition, I didn't even submit anything serious. I think I came like 200 out of 700. Like, I didn't do anything basically. I didn't do anything. Now, I've had other competitions, host that same competition for now male and female. Do you get, like, now they're now hosting that same competition that was just for female, for now male and female. So that time I knew, no, I've joined this thing before. So they've hosted it like 3 times now. Even the one I said I won last year was that same competition. So I assume that I didn't have access to that data before, or I've not started building something with that same data. So that same data was now used because it was a serious situation in South Africa. It was around gender violence. They wanted us also to build a model to understand the household size of what they are about to give to some of those that has gender violence issues. So the same problem was what they gave us at Data Science Africa last year. So I won. So it was easy to collect the money. Now I feel, yeah, at least the stress of 2019 is not a waste again, right? Do we get? So like at times you just want to join. You just want to try them to have access to some of these things. And of course, you are open to intention. So when you win some of this competition, they give you, so if they pick, at times they pick top 3, at times they pick top 5. Some of them can be open to internship. Some of them can be open to jobs. So these are things you are doing because of your own labor. Like, I hope you get that. Like, it's making me look slimless. As far as I'm in the top 5, it's not stress again. I get internship. I get job. But of course, a lot of work too. But at least it is your work that is really paying you out at the end of the day. All right, so another thing is, of course, I've talked about the dollar thing, right? I remember when that was one of the things that pushed me to go and even, I didn't even know those things were so real. Right? Then you just message me and say, congratulations, you won. I felt, okay, I won. At least we will share something on our LinkedIn and all of that. But they said, can you now send your bank details? So this thing is this real? Right? So it makes a lot of sense if you are privileged to get to that peak on any of the problems that you are solving, really. And another thing, we also be ranking. So if you go to Zindi platform now, you see people like number 1 who has gotten like 5,000 plus points. These are things that are important for anyone who really wants to employ somebody in the data space. Zindi is becoming very powerful, that it becomes like an account. The way, you know, at times you are applying for a job and you're saying, where's your Twitter account? These are things they want to know. I know we've used this most time because if you have not been practicing, like if you have not been using data like as we expect, I'm obviously not going to feel like you have been doing so much in the data space. If I check your LinkedIn account and I check hackathons you are participating, I'm just seeing one. I'm seeing just have an account, you don't even have a picture. You know, these are things you just want to leverage on as we move. I think we need to move faster. I think my time is almost up. Okay, we can move. All right, another thing is the collaboration part. You get to meet people. For instance, you're working on a challenge and you don't even know what to do. You don't even know how to go about it. So you want somebody who will definitely guide you through it. And you can collaborate with people to even win the prize. Right? Same thing, even in the workspace, you need somebody you can work together with, right, as times unveil. So these are some of the things you want to leverage on. Meeting other people from different parts of Africa, different parts of the world. It's also some of the things that we look at. So let me close. So can we move? Now, so some of the things you want to look at. Okay, let's move. We've talked about some of these things because my time is already almost up. So this is like the statistics that we have at the moment. So you can see that we have so much leverage on 42 African countries at the moment. 26% are women. 277 competitions have been hosted. And I assume that you have participated in like 10, 15. Look at the space of data you have access to. Look at the kind of problem-solving skills that we have built over time. right? So finally, let me just go to how to register, then I'll be out of it. So I want us to write this link down so I can also do a follow-up myself. If you don't have a Zindi account, I want to encourage that you have one. So just go to this link. This is just customized for this event, so that makes it like something we can. So blt.ly/dataarc27/6. Okay, let me just leave the place. Oh, thank you, sir. And of course, you can take a shot. So you can have, it's a very simple way of registering. So just have the account for any competition. Even if you don't know what you are doing, they join. Have access to real life data. That's very important. Have access to real life data. And of course, across different, we have 42 African countries, and we host at least one competition in a month. So if you've done that like consistency in your time, let's say 3 months, 5 months, 6 months, that's a lot of data that you have and some level of problem solving skills, and that's what is most important, right? Okay, so thank you everyone. So you can follow Zindi. This is important too. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Israel, right? So if you have any question or feedback also, like he said, every month you can win something every month. Sure. I have plenty of problems that if you have data that can solve, you can win together. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, can you get me? You can continue.
Starting out in data analysis. So from what you have said now, I can see that you have been talking about model. Is there any opportunity for a data analyst, or is it mainly for data scientists?
All right, okay, so that's like one of the things, it's just one of them, right? Of course, even before we talk about modeling, right, what you are saying is what is most important. We need to understand our data, right? It's not everything. There are times we host data visualization hackathon. It's all about what you can see from your data that we want to really see. So everything is available. So you can also check, once you get your account, you can see some of these things there. It's not completely model, like not only model. The data analysis thing is also there. There are competitions around that too only, and there are the ones for machine learning models or for NLP or computer vision.
Thank you, even though I don't understand. Thank you very much. Do we have more feedback, questions? Before we, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Israel. And I'm very sure that most of us will start checking. If it is possible, you can still give them the website, because, you know, when typing, you might miss something out of it. So, quick one, let me quickly, for those people that just joined us halfway, during lunch, before lunch, that you've not introduced yourself, please kindly let us know you, then we continue to the next presentation. I want Nathaniel to be getting ready for his presentation. Nathaniel is coming to talk to us on what it means to be safe online. Oh, great. So please, can you give them the mic? If you know you've not introduced yourself today, let us get to know you. Hello, House. Yeah. Yes, don't worry. We will start. Yeah, talk.
Hello?
Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yusuf Akiloton. I work with VON, Voice of Nigeria, as a video producer.
Sorry for that distraction. Please, let us park this and take. Yeah, you can introduce yourself, please.
My name is Yusuf Akiloton. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Yusuf Akiloton. I'm a journalist, a radio producer with VON, Voice of Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. Come. Please give him a round of applause, please. We still have somebody there. Yeah, you are the one. No. Yes. Me? Yes, you've not introduced yourself today.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Freda Victor. I'm a data analyst at Code for Africa.
Thank you very much. Do you still have anybody, like my brother sitting in front? Introduce yourself, please.
Okay, I'm Oxford Zion. I'm a data scientist. So I work with C Spotlight.
Welcome. Somebody just came in. Maybe they can introduce her too. Just follow her with the mic. Quick.
Hi everyone. My name is Tululokba Deyemo, and I'm a senior program manager at Code for Africa.
Okay, Code for Africa. We have Code for Africa here today. We also have, no, I think she has introduced herself. She was, yeah, we have somebody again, Miss from Policy. Can she introduce herself as well?
Hi everyone, my name is Juliet Grace Luede. I'm from Uganda and I work with Policy. Lovely meeting you all.
Thank you very much. From Uganda, work with Policy. Thank you, Code for Africa. What do you call your company again? Spotlight. Thank you so much, and I'm sure that you guys are not missing, right? What we've gone through. So let us quickly go to the next presentation. It's lightning talk for 10 minutes. And I'm sure Nathaniel will please stick to that 10 minutes so that we'll be able to go into some other side event that we need to have. We are going to be having another breakaway session, and I want us to have more information because that session is very, very key. I don't know whether Frida Victor is here. Yeah, she's here. So please get ready immediately after Nathaniel. Nathaniel, you have the floor. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause as he's coming out. You want to time it, right? We want to share.
Are we good? Hi everyone. My name is Nathaniel Adewale. I'm the Threat Intelligence Analyst at Co-Creation Hub. Co-Creation Hub Lagos. We have our branch in Kenya, our Design Lab, that's in Kigali. So I'll be presenting on the topic that says what it means to be safe online. I have 10 minutes. Okay. My screen is stuck. My screen is stuck. Okay. Okay, great. So this is the highlight. At the end of the section, we'll be able to have an overview of the trend landscape in Africa, review the need for safety online, and also review some practical security measures. So just as for context, you cannot actually review data or anything data without security. Everything go lines in line. So let me move to the next. So this is the evolution of threat actors. So it all starts from a benign motive of some researcher in MIT. They're just trying to play pranks on their colleagues. So I remember Maurice, we have Maurice and another researcher, I've forgotten the name now. But what they are trying to do is they are trying to spy on their colleagues, and they created a worm in the process. Then later we moved to, one thing I want us to know from the beginning is it's all about research, and the motive is benign. It's just to play pranks. Then later we moved to just a single person that's trying to, we know anytime we talk about hackers, we talk about someone in the wood, someone that wear a hoodie and just stay in the dark, facing his laptop, one boring guy. But that's, so then later it moved to a threat actors that we call APT, Advanced Persistent Threat, whereby they are well organized, they are well funded, they have their structure. So For example, because we are in Nigeria, we know the Yahoo Yahoo guys. And another counterpart in something similar to that in Ghana is the Sakawa boys of Ghana. So before it's just like an individual, but nowadays, based on our investigation, we have a command center where we investigate something like this. So we've discovered that they have a structure whereby there is someone up there that we call the kingpin. He or she has a manager that recruit, we call them coders or techies. So what these guys do is they bypass, they design fake documents and fake papers and the likes. And also those guys coming down the ladder, we discovered they have pickers. We are very familiar with pickers, right? So those people that claim money at the ATM point. So nowadays we discover it's more structured. Unlike before, that is just one person that is just trying to do one or two things. Because of my time. So why do we need to be safe online? I'm just going to start again. Okay, let me just continue. So I want to talk about our digital footprints. So just like whenever we pass through a place, we have our footprints. Anywhere you go on the internet, there's something we call digital footprints, like your traces on the internet. So this can speak to metadata, it can speak to file, document, it can speak to your, on a technical level, it can speak to your IP address, it can speak to your location. There are sometimes you tweet and you geolocate your tweet. So that's the data specific to you. I wish my script, okay. So eventually everybody that entered the internet, or probably you are using smart gadgets, probably laptop, toys, just name it, TV also, you are leaving one data. Either you are taking one data away from the scene, or you are leaving a data, you are depositing one data on the scene. So that's what we call digital footprint. It can be IP address. And one thing, there's one key thing to remember: internet never forgets. Internet never forgets. By that I mean, by that I mean you might have deleted some data, but maybe when you are presenting, as I'm presenting now, someone is joining virtually and probably taking screenshots. You might visit the website and probably it has cache. There's something we call cache that just save the instance at that particular point. And it's also possible that someone is taking a screenshot. I'm very conscious of my time now. So someone is just taking a screenshot. Another thing is possible probably probably someone is recording your screen. Or probably I'm having Zoom link. I'm having a section and probably someone is just recording what we are saying. And also, that still speaks to privacy, and probably will get there. So this is just data to play with. These statistics of data breaches I took 2 years. So from 2016, where we have Yahoo breach, to 2022, we have a recent breach in January, whereby there's some malicious actors cut away a large amount of data. We call it espionage from Red Cross. And nowadays, even as of last week, while we were trying to do some investigation, we discover there's something called dark web, whereby you can sell anything. You can sell. I can hire someone to probably help me to kill someone. You can do the dark side of the internet. So, and what do they leverage on? They leverage on simple data, like probably you share too much. For example, someone can profile you that, okay, you are going out, you share data about your location, you share pictures of you that, okay, I'm going on vacation, so I know that you are not at home. I know that you are at Montgomery because you share your location live on Instagram. Some other data like that. Okay, these are the risks associated with data breach. Reputational damage, financial loss. All these things are things we are aware of. Financial loss, identity theft. For example, I don't know, just as a survey now, have anybody received call from probably, there's one popular guy called Babao Lifer, whereby the guy will call you, if you're in Nigeria, you can relate, yeah. Someone will call you and say, probably I'm at the point of an incident, I'm at the incident scene, can you just share data, can you just share airtime of probably 1,000 naira? And you'll be hearing siren at the background, you'll be hearing some other things to convince you. Someone have called me recently and said, Nathaniel, mention my age, mention where I work, mention a lot of things about me. Then the next thing is now starting to say, okay, nice. Say, okay, we work at this place. Are you know this? Are you know this? Are you know that? The line is very sweet, very convincing. Then you now tell me, we need to probably support me with some other things. I'm like, nice. So, but they get your data to probably do something you call spear phishing or sell it on the dark web, do a lot of things. That's just a means to an end that we don't know. Then the next thing is, what are the actionable steps? Remember, the title of this presentation is what it means to be safe online. So what are the actionable steps that we have to take? One of these is we have to be paranoid. We have to suspect everything. There's something we call zero trust. It's not everybody that we trust. Human being, there's something called social engineering, whereby someone is trying to exploit the trusting nature of woman. Like, okay, I know that you can easily trust woman, so when I'm following you, I'm tailgating you, then you can open the door for me, whereas I don't have my access card already. I just want to leverage on your trusting nature to enter that building, probably to perform my malicious intention or something else. There's a lot of things around that, but it's very key that you are paranoid. Don't click on suspicious link if you don't know the owner. Don't just share a lot of information on website. When you are on a website and there is a section for cookies, try as much as possible to minimize the privileges you are going to these cookies. Try as much as possible to minimize privileges. Going a bit further. So I introduced something we call layered security. So when you want to enter an estate, there's an estate security. There's a security to your own apartment. Some of us have dogs. Some of us have surveillance camera. And going further, you have smart locks. You have a lot of things, a lot of measures in place. So that's what we call layer security. And also, there is something like that in the digital space, whereby there is perimeter security for your network level, for your applications, for your endpoint, that's your laptop, your mobile gadget. That's why some of us, I don't know, is there anybody here that probably on your phone you have lock screen, and you still have lock screen for each of your applications? Yeah, I think someone is raising. Is there anybody like that? Yeah. So that's like you are just putting, and also there will still be some probably nested lock screen or something like that. So that's the concept of layered security. It's not that you don't trust the security control you put in place, but you are making it difficult for an adversary to actually penetrate or probably compromise your network. Going a bit further. So another thing is password security. And we have security hygiene. So for example, let me just ask us. There are 3 R's that I illustrated. I have the strength, which is how strong is your password. I also have the, by that I mean the minimum length, and also probably you have special characters, numbers, alphanumeric, and the likes. And also, how effective is it is. For example, do you have multi-factor authentication for your probably admin? If you are working as an organization, as an IT guy, do you have multi-factor authentication setting? Even for your account, do you have that set up? Those are the questions you need to ask for authentication, hygiene. And the last one is how safe it is. Even passwords are not safe. Ask me how. For example, how many of us have more than one account? Probably you have more than probably one social media account. I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Twitter, I'm on almost all of us. Do you use the same password for all of them? I don't have time, but I would have loved to. Do you have one password for all of them? Please, if you have one password, just raise up your hand. We are not condemning anybody here. One password. Why do you have one password? You can easily remember. Yeah, that's one. So you have one. That's one. So some people have one. Okay. Are there people that have more than one password, a unique password for all of their accounts? Unique password. Oh, that's nice. That's another one. Okay, if you have unique password, let's say you have, some of us have more than 20 accounts. Not social media alone, probably financial credentials, email, a lot of things. Some of us have more than 20. How do you remember if you have unique password for all of them? So that's another challenge. Some people write it down. Some people save it in browser. Some people are lazy that they have to, I don't want to use lazy now. Some people have to reset their password at every time. I've done that before, that okay, I just have to reset the password. So those are poor password hygiene. And one thing I would like to recommend is just use password manager. There are free password manager out there. So those are, by what it means to be safe online is not an absolute measure, but step by step, there are some measures that you take that it actually goes a long way. You discover that most of the breaches that we've reviewed over time is not like that concept of an hacker that we have, that someone will stay with the laptop from probably 1 week in one dark room and will just be pressing keyboard. Maybe you just leverage on probably one little flaw, like you don't use a strong password, or you just click a link and you don't have multi-factor authentication, something like that. I'm very conscious of my time, but that's one of it. So moving further, as a summary of everything, for you to be safe online, there are 3 pillars. One is the people, another one is the technology, another one is the policy. So by people, I mean as individual, you have to be informed. That's why we do security awareness. I can relate with someone. I thought there's someone that mentioned cybersecurity. That person can relate better. So you have to be informed. That's one. That's why we do security awareness and simulation. Another thing is on the technology side, you have to put some measures in place. I call it controls, whereby probably for as a basic level, as a baseline, most laptop has Windows Defender. If you are using Windows, just keep it updated. Keep it updated and keep your laptop updated. Keep everything updated. Run updated applications so that you are limiting your risk. You are limiting your exposure. You are limiting the attack vector. Another thing is process. I call that policy, whereby there's some policy in place as an organization on an enterprise level. One is acceptable use policy. Another one is non-disclosure. A lot of policy around that. So ensure that you abide by those policies. You don't put so much data out there. Before you put data out there, please review it again now. Review the long-term event. Why am I sharing this data? Is it necessary? Who am I sharing it with? Who am I sharing it with? A lot of questions around that. If there is an overlap between the policy, you have a good policy, you have a good process, you have a good process, you have a good technology, like controls in place, you have a well-informed staff or individual. Let's have it in mind. You are not safe if your colleague or probably your other staff is not safe, because indirectly they know a lot of data about you. You've discovered some companies are compromised because probably someone at the low level, they're able to get someone at the low level, then they escalate privileges. As a way to conclude, I want to emphasize that security is always excessive until it's not enough. So most of the time you infer that most of all these measures and control seems bogus. There is a lot. But at the end, the cost of cleaning up damages, the reputational damage, the financial loss, and a whole lot is more than just implementing most of these measures. And security is a collective responsibility. It's not for IT alone, it's not for security guys alone, it's for everyone. Even security, as an individual, I am responsible for my security. I'm responsible for the security of my friend or probably my family if I'm married, and for my kids, my ward, and the likes. I think that's all. And also, so we have an helpdesk whereby you can report incidents if you are among our target audience of probably if you are a media organization, you are working with civil society, you are human rights defender, vulnerable individuals, or probably you are into advocacy, and probably you suspect something, and it's beyond you, so you can just send an email. It's very simple. We have our command center at CCO, whereby if you escalate to us, we analyze those samples, use that to provide actionable intelligence, one, and also to provide advisory that, okay, this is what you need to do. This is the next step you need to take. To do that, you can just send an email with probably into a brief detail about you. I'm this, so, then this is what I've observed, this is what I've done so far, to help@cchelpnigeria.com. help@cchelpnigeria.com. Thank you. I don't know if I need to answer a question now or the moderator wants. Okay, one question. Is there another question? Two? There are two questions. Okay. Let me just take it down.
Hello? Okay, good. Thanks. So
thank you.
Very wonderful presentation, though it's short and you have to rush through it. But I have concerns. I wouldn't know if there are questions, but probably concerns. You know, I read something online recently where, I don't know how true it is, that some hackers wanted to hack a company. They now set up a website for employment, you know, they fished people from a particular company to apply. So they send them a link, and most of them applied on company system, and that was how they were able to access the system. Sometimes I also see some of my friends online. That one is just a side note. I also see some of my friends online that play all these, what do you want to be tomorrow, and all those stuff. And within 1 second, you just start seeing one Oyinbo woman in US military uniform on their profile. Their account has been taken over. So I don't know if those games too are, you know, like routes to which they can access one's account. Then on the third one, please, this relates to your last concern that we can send reports or something. And I think I have to say it, permit me. I read the Flutter Wave report, and one key thing I read in there was the intentional release of Arik Air patronizers, clients. You know, there are two-factor identification, that it was purposely released by staff of, Flutter Wave. I don't know if it was a propaganda against Flutter Wave. I don't know how true it is, but I don't know what CC Hub has done about that, because those are things that we swept under the carpet and people are not even concerned or cautious about. There are even two-factor identification that is supposed to protect you online is also being released intentionally to people that are not supposed to have access to it. These are some of my concerns I wanted to raise. Thank you.
So let me just answer that. There are 3 questions in one. Let me just answer that. So the first question, if I get to right, is something is that there is a recent development in the digital space whereby some threat actors send phishing link targeting some developers, and they're able to compromise their network. So we've been observing something closer to that, and it's not new. Sincerely, it's not new. So we have a workflow for that. This is how it works. And we also notice something that's very closer to us. You send this is even different for what you said, but someone send a CV, like an applicant. Inside CV, you can have something we call embedded macros, whereby it's a PDF file, but if you click on it, it will execute and run malicious payload. So, and you are targeting the non-so-techy. Sorry to say that. The HR team and the people's team, they are not too technical they just want to click the CV and probably access you. So with that, they can compromise the HR. From the HR, they can escalate or move. They can just move within your network. Probably, if the director of people is sending message to the IT guys that, okay, dear IT, please, I need you to do something. I need you to click this link based on your appraisal or something like that. Just craft something juicy and it will update your profile in line with something. Then the IT guys want to click on that link. Then you are compromising, you are moving, and you are gaining access. So it's very possible. It has happened before. That's not the first instance. There's another instance of an Iranian guys like that also apply, and they are targeting the developer. It's not new. There's a workflow for that. We can discuss that in details later. Then the second question is, So it's still phishing. It's still phishing, and there are different types of phishing. There is spear phishing, and there are also some phishing that are even sophisticated, whereby you just click, and some will just try to hijack your network. Some will just, if you just click, what it just do is probably generate PUP, potentially unwanted apps. Like you just be seeing pop-up. They are not doing anything. They are just creating marketing content for you. Some will hijack your network. It's in category, but it's not a mirage. It's not something that is fake. It's real. So that's why that's why we come from the aspect of layered security. Okay, you click on that. You have two-factor authentication. You have some other measures. You don't use weak password. You don't use some other things. And the application you are using also is updated. Probably the application has fixed the flaw they are trying to leverage on. Because for every exploit or successful breach, there is a flaw you are leveraging on. There is a vulnerability. We call it vulnerability. You are leveraging on. If that vulnerability is patched, there is no way for you. The last one about... So I can't answer that. Flutter Wave is not part of our target audience. Our target audience is well defined. Civil society, human rights defender, media organization, and like. Though if that's possible. civil society. Yes. Sincerely, as I've said, they've not reported to me, they've not reported to us, but that's not ethical. There's something called ethics. That's not ethical. I will come from ethics perspective. It's not ethical for any organization to release confidential data or PII. It's not ethical. You can sue them, you can do some other things, but it has not been reported to me, so I cannot speak to it. It has not been reported to us, and I cannot talk more about that. I cannot talk officially about that. So I'm sorry, that's the only thing I can say about that. Next question.
Thank you very much. I think that question is very important based on co-creation of and what we've known you guys for. But this is my own part. You know, when you were talking to us, you were asking us that how many passwords, blah, blah, blah. I keep asking me, what's the solution? Should I start having different passwords for all the platforms that we forget one tomorrow? Or I should just have one password for everything and make it more strengthened? So what is the solution to it? So that we'll not go to another program and we ask the same question.
Okay, let me just answer that. I thought I've answered that. So the idea behind that is, let me try to visualize it again. Let's try to visualize it. I have password for my financial account transaction. Let's say my bank account, my portal, my probably scholarship or some other things. That is very important to me. Then I use that same password for probably someone, you know, there are some group that you will join and someone will just say, please help me to vote for this guy is competing for something that I only need that account one time, a one-time account. And I use the same password. Then unfortunately they compromise our account from something that is trivial, something that is not even important, that I've even forgotten about. Then they use that same account. They try that account to hijack my bank credential, my bank account, to hijack my portal, probably my profile, to deface probably some other things. You know, it's not fair. So that's why it's always good for you to have. That's why we review security. We review password security in 3 phases. The first one is strength. That's how strong, minimum character, minimum length, minimum required characters. Then in terms of effectiveness, 2-factor authentication. Then how safe, where do you save it? So where do you save it? You have your password manager. For your password manager, all you just need is just one master password that you can remember. And this is how you get a very strong password. You can just think of a paraphrase like ASU is on strike 2021. Just think of something that you can easily remember. ASU is on strike 2021 Nigeria. So you know that you can only remember that. Then you just paraphrase ASU, probably capital letter. You have number already. You can put asterisk or some other things. It's easy to remember, or probably I will eat every day. Those are things that you can easily remember. You don't have to think of something complex. Then you just maneuver your word, replace it with probably numbers and stuff like that. You need only one master password if you are using a password manager. Then all other ones to autofill. You can save them conveniently in the password manager to autofill. And I don't know whether I answer your question. Yes, you do. Thank you.
Nathaniel, for that wonderful presentation. I think we've been able to get some, and it's very also important the question my brother asked about what are you doing about the conversation that is going on in the space, because as far as I'm concerned, there must be a conversation within co-creation of about this, because I remember very well off record. Let's continue. So I want to bring the next presentation we're going to be having. We're supposed to have somebody to present, but I don't know whether the person is still online. Karen Chuku and Catwing and Dali, I don't think they are available online. So let's go to our breakaway session, and we're going to be having Code for Africa. Frida Victor will be sharing with us data visualization, flourishing integrity with Canva. So she's going to be taking much time to do this presentation. So I'm pleading that she should just give us maximum 45 minutes. So that will be, yes, please. So that, and if it's possible, make it engaging, you know, so that people don't sleep or get tired. Thank you so much, and you have the floor. Please give her a round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. I'll try to be as fast as possible. Although you can't really rush creativity and data. But let me share my screen. So today I'll be talking about creating data science presentations, and essentially we'll be talking about Flourish integration with Canva. And a lot of times you see me looking at my screen and looking up just because I'm trying to navigate through my slides. Okay, yeah, cool. So so I've already introduced myself. My name is Freda Victor. I'm a data analyst and community coordinator at Code for Africa. And you can reach me on Twitter and on LinkedIn. And what I'll be talking about is creating presentations in Canva, why we recommend Canva at CFA. Then maybe we'll touch about creating some presentations in Canva. Then also we'll talk about creating charts in Flourish, why we recommend Flourish in CFA, how to enter your data in Flourish, formatting your charts and publishing. Then we'll do everything together. We'll merge Canva and Flourish. So I have a very quick, let's see if it's going to. Just saw was, why is it echoing? Okay, so what you just saw was Flourish integrating with Canva, and I don't know if anyone is familiar with Flourish or if you're familiar with Canva. Then you know that these two platforms are on its own very powerful platforms. Canva is used to create presentations, design, and Flourish creates interactive maps, charts, tables, and having these two awesome platforms come together to create beautiful interactive presentation is a very, very powerful thing for data and data science as a whole. And I would talk a bit on both of them. Okay, so I'll start with Canva and why we recommend Canva. Canva is, like I mentioned, is built for design. If you've tried and struggled to creating presentations before, then you know that Canva is the way to go. Canva it feels good to use, it looks good, your presentation stands out, and also you can present online I don't know if anyone has struggled sending in presentations where you have to download your presentations, then you have to share, then you have to do a lot of things. You can actually, in Canva, present your presentation. You can actually also record yourself presenting your presentation and sharing, where they have like an audio of you presenting your presentation. So there's a lot of things you can do on Canva. It's just like a gold mine. My friend will say Canva is a gold mine that we actually do not exploit. And also it's free. I can't stress that open source free platforms are things that you should, take advantage of and explore. Then also they've brought in this marriage between Flourish, and here with Canva you can actually bring in your Flourish visualizations and make your presentation animated. It could stand out, it would just look really good, and that is why we in CFA are recommending Canva. And so this is where I throw a question to the house. How many of you have used Canva? You could just signify. Okay, so some of us have used Canva. That's good. And to go to Canva, okay, great. This is basically, I'll try to be fast because of time, but this is basically the Canva interface, and you have to create an account. And in creating an account, you just, like how you create a normal account, you just sign in with your email, generate a password, and you have all your design. So these are our recent designs at CFA, and you have different options. You have your templates, you have your project, you have brand. And if I go to templates, this is something that Canva does, right? It already gives you templates that you can just leverage on. You don't need to start from scratch. You could just go to anyone that suits you. For example, we have on the left, we have categories, and we have business, social media, video, marketing. So whatever your specification is, then you also have styling. You have simple, if your style is simple, if your style is modern, elegance, you have all of this in Canva. So I'll go back to my slide. Yeah, so how do you get the right template? I kind of touched on this. What is the right template to you? So obviously you want to go through, depending on what the presentation is about, depending on your target audience or your interest, you have to choose what actually suits your audience or suits the style of your presentation. Are you presenting to children? Are you presenting to investors? So these are some things that you consider when choosing template. Is it for social media? So you pick the right template for the right type of audience. And I have here with me, this is a very short presentation that I did. It didn't take me up to 5 minutes, actually, to just do this presentation on Canva. And I kind of teamed it to this particular event where we talk about big data, little data, and everything in between. And this is like the header. I used the template in Canva. And here I was just trying to show you that this is the animated Earth in Canva when we talk about global trends. I just wanted to show something that would stand out as the world going round, and a little bit of insight about global trends of data in Africa or in the world. The next slide here this is a template, so it's an introduce me slide about me. And I will also show you how to add presentations like this one to Canva. Then where I'll be essentially focused on is bringing in a Flourish visualization to Canva. And this is an example of a Flourish visualization. And there's something that you will notice. As I move, I can see how interactive it is. This is basically an adoption and the use of connected devices and services in Nigeria. This is a presentation of that data. And here we have the years from 2017 to 2021, and as you can see, as I go to 2021, I can actually see the data, and this is something that Canva would allow you to do. You can't do this on Google Sheets. You can't hover around, and maybe you're pitching to an investor and you want him to get more insight. Then also there's this arrow that is pointing to this particular year, 2021, and this is the cellular mobile connection. And it's just, the arrow here is just to show you that this particular data set is, or this particular data is an outlier. What I mean is that every other thing is increasing over the years 2017 to 2021, but it reduced in 2021. And I don't know if anyone has insight to why mobile connections reduced in 2021 in Nigeria. But that's something that data analysts are, want to explore the trends and outliers. And the last slide here is just showing you that with Canva, you can add in as many visualizations as you want, as many static maps, static graphs, interactive graphs. So this is an interactive graph, and this is a static graph. So you can add, you can play around with Canva, just make it your own, basically. And this is what we'll try if there's time to replicate. Okay, so I've touched on a lot of things here. You can, like I said, you can customize your slides. Yes, you can also present and record. I touched on that as well. You can share yourself, your audio or just your video talking about your slide, and just share to an investor. You don't have to be there. And the next thing will be creating charts in Flourish. So we need to now then create a chart that we want to take to Canva. And that is essentially what we'll be doing. So first of all, what is data visualization? I might have said a lot of things, and I might want to take it a bit home. Who can tell me what data visualization is? Does anyone want to try? Okay, good. I'm happy I put this slide there. So data visualization is having your data, whatever data you're working with, into a graphic presentation. Basically just taking all that numbers and all that text and putting it in a visual form. So when you talk about your charts, your maps, your graphs, those are data visualizations. And with my example here, I've taken a bunch of text and numbers, and I've turned it into a map of Nigeria. So basically this is the states of Nigeria and the population. And I've then added the vaccination. So I'm doing 3 things with this. Well, you don't have to really worry about that, but you can see that we've taken these numbers and I've turned it to a map. And to you, which is more appealing? The numbers and the text, or this map? Yes. So people can easily, see what you are doing with a map. People can easily try to visualize what you are trying to say. And this is why data visualization is really important. I also know that the last speaker had a graph. So even presenting, you always want to show like a graphical presentation of what you are trying to say, just to incite your audience and make them have a better understanding. So yeah, so now we're talking about Flourish, and why do we recommend Flourish? So Flourish, there are different templates, different platforms to create different types of maps, charts, tables, but why are we recommending Flourish? There's Data Wrapper, there's Python, there's ggplot, there's R, but why are we telling you to use Flourish? And well, you've seen some of it. You've seen the interactivity of Flourish. When putting Flourish into a presentation slide like Canva, it's interactive. You can hover around it. Also, it's responsive, so it looks good on let's say a mobile phone. It looks good on an iPad. It looks good on a laptop. So it's very responsive. It's free. Code for Africa was very, very particular about open source platforms. So it's free, and well, you could say the best thing of all is no coding involved. So you don't have to be a coder. You don't have to have HTML skill or Python skills to use Flourish. Anybody can use Flourish. So I'll be taking you to I don't know if anyone has used Flourish here. Has anyone used Flourish before? Okay. So this is basically the Flourish interface, and hopefully you'll get this presentation slide because I've loaded it with all the links and resources that you need. But basically this is the Flourish slide, and basically what you want to do is you also want to sign up like every other platform. The reason you can create slides without signing up, but it's best to sign up to Flourish so that you have your chat saved and you have the option to embed. And I'll just sign in. And as I sign in, it automatically takes me to Code for Africa's account because that's what I'm signed in as. And this is some of the work that we've done on Flourish. Is a lot. And we have them in folders. So if you open the folder, you see a lot of charts because we're very big on data and charts in Code for Africa. And I'll just be opening this training example folder. And basically, I've created a Flourish chart for this event. And this is how it looks like. You saw something like this in our Canva. So basically, this was the platform that I used to create it and I brought to Canva. And I will be showing you how to create this if there's time. OK, so I'll start. So I'll go back to home. And if you've signed into Canva, this is the interface that you see. Then you should see New Visualization. And this is what you want to explore. So you click on New Visualization. Then here, this is where you come to play. This is all the things that you can do on Flourish, no coding involved. You can create different charts, maps, projection maps, heat maps, scatter plots, 3D maps, showing hierarchy, cards, line charts, a lot of things, pictogram. It's just the limit, there's no limit to what you can do with Flourish, basically. But what we'll be exploring, we're trying to replicate what I've already done. So we'll be going to a column chart grouped. And if you are confused with what to use for what particular data, please, you need to explore your data. And you need to know what works for your data. So if I go back to my slide, I've put a bit of a diagram for you to, like an insight to choosing what particular chart based on your data. So if you want to check if your data is something that you want to explore, comparison between two numbers, you can use a column chart, a line chart. If you want to explore distribution, you can use a particular type of chart, relationships, composition. So this is something that you also want to read on and get more opinions about. But you can also explore this presentation here. But we'll go back to Flourish. And we'll click on the column chart grouped, because that's what I used. So when you click on it, this is what it takes you in. And the reason why we are seeing all of this information is because Flourish automatically comes with a data set. So a dummy data set where you can easily come here and clear out. So once you clear that out, the chart goes off. So this is where you are trying to bring in your own data. So let me get the link to my data. So I've added the link to a data sheet just to show you. And basically, this is the data set that we plotted. And it's telling you the different years. Like I said, the different years in Nigeria and amount of number of people that are using this particular item. So mobile connection, internet use, and social media use. And this is in million. So basically, if I have a data like this, and something I've done at the down is we will need all of this information like title, description, source, link, to kind of like inform our data, our visualization. So how do I bring this into Flourish? Simple, it's a simple copy and paste. So let's see. Okay, so I've copied it. I'll just go here and paste. Ctrl V, basically. And once I go back to preview, so I'm in the data part. Once I go to preview, then automatically it plots itself with using our data. And there's something, then when you have like this, then this is where you want to now tweak and you want to make this chart more you, basically. You want to maybe customize or add legend, logos, and all of that. So this is where, at the right hand, this is where you can do all of these things. And basically, where we are is the chart type. And if you come down, you would see a whole bunch of types of charts that you can do here. So you can, even if you've selected a column chart, you can always change it using any of this. For example, if you wanted to use maybe a bar chart, it can easily change to a bar chart. But we'll stick to a column chart grouped. And the next thing we want to look at all this information right here. Not everything you need to work on. Actually, some are default and they are fine, just being the default. So for example, the controls and filter, you don't necessarily need to do anything here. What I'm more particular about is color. And so for example, you have a color theme that you're working with. And I've put in I put here a color code from DataFest. So I went to get their color codes from their website. Then I'll be adding these color codes to the chart. So I'll just click on it, and I'll just copy a color code. So if you don't know what a color code is, I've dropped a link in the resources where you can explore different types of colors and their codes. So I'll just copy. So here, you can see color mode by column, by row. You go to this palette, you click on it here, then you see edit color palette. Then this is where you can edit your colors. So I'll just take my copied one and paste it here. Basically, a lot of things in Flourish is copy and paste. Okay, so I didn't paste that well. Okay, so yeah, so if you've noticed, the color changed, and we are exploring this first one. So the first color here resonates with the first color here. So we'll be doing it for all the colors. So yeah, I've replicated the colors, DataFest colors, and this is basically how you change colors. You can also change colors from here. You don't have to copy and paste somewhere else. You can just click on this, and you can see a color palette where you can change, different colors here. So you don't actually have to copy and paste color codes. Then we go to the next thing. We've explored colors. The next thing we might want to explore is labels. So let's say I want to have, what does this represent? Apart from it hovering around, I can see it's 139 million, but if I wanted to have it in the chart, then I want it labeled, basically. So I'll just, click on this, show labels, and I can see the labels of the chart. The next thing I'll go to is maybe the x-axis, and it's good to know the different components of a chart. You can also explore different components of charts such as labels, legend, headers, footers, so that you have a good understanding when creating a chart. So these are some of the resources that you also want to explore. But x-axis, we're talking about this right here. This is your x-axis, and this is your y-axis. And if you go to your x-axis, I've clicked on x-axis, and there are a bunch of things I can do here. But we'll just limit it to changing this diagonal to a more a 0 degree, more horizontal look, then also making this a lot darker because it's very faint. So I'll come to styling, ticks and labels. These are ticks. So I'll go to ticks and labels. Then I'll click on styling. Then this is where you have options to choose colors. So I'll just take a darker color here. And it should get darker. Then I'll go to angles. And angles is basically telling it to move from 45 degree, which is default, to 0 degree. Yeah, and that's fine. Then the next thing I'll go to the y-axis. Also, I want to make this a lot darker. I'll go to ticks and labels, click on styling, then change the color, any darker color. And basically we see that our our chart is forming. Then the next thing I want to explore, maybe I want to add a description, a title, a description. So I'll just leave every other thing or maybe let's explore number and date formatting. Basically, when I say 103.9, what is 103.9? I don't know what that means. Is that millions? Is that billion? So you want to also, inform your audience what you mean by these numbers. You can then go to number and date formatting. And here, this is where you can add a prefix or a suffix. A prefix, maybe you want to add dollars, naira, and a suffix, maybe you want to add, for example, million, billion. So I'll just go there and add M, basically. And now you can see that we've added the million to our chart. Then the next thing we'll go to is our header. So we want to give our map, and it's good practice to give your map or your chart a title so that people know what you're talking about. But before then, let me remove this to D. Okay. So in my data set here, I've already kept the titles just to so that it's easy for me to add. So I'll just copy the title here. Then I'll just paste it here. I'll just be doing some copy and pasting. So it's also a good practice to have your data somewhere so you can just easily add to your chart. But you can also write it in Flourish if you prefer. So now our chart has a title and a subtitle. You can also, highlight this and do some styling. You want to change the text, the size, the font. You can do all of those things. So Flourish is something that you can play around with, get better at it, and test. And the next thing we want to add a source to the down. So headers is for anything above the chart, and footer is anything below the chart. So we'll go to footer. And then here we'll be adding source. It's good practice to have the source. Where was this data collected from? And I'll just be adding a source. And this was from Data Reportal 2022. I can also add a link if you prefer. Let me add a link. So that whenever they click on your chart, it will take them to the source of the data. So basically, we've succeeded in creating a chart. It didn't take me up to how many minutes. So this is something that you can do on your own. Of course, you want to have good labels, so I could just call this training in order to identify your charts. Then here, the next thing you want to do, our chart is ready. The next thing you want to do is you want to export and publish. Basically, export and publish will get you to have a link that you can embed on a website, a HTML link, and all of that. So I'll just publish and embed, then I'll publish. And all of this information is in the presentation slide. I've made it detailed enough to follow through. Everything I'm saying there is in the slide. So now that we have our chart, the next thing we want to do is we want to bring it into Canva. That is the whole essence of this presentation, to bring in a Flourish chart to Canva. And the next thing I'll do, I'll go to this Add to Canva presentation. It's already here. Once you've published your visualization, you want to get it to Canva. So you just click on Add to Canva presentation. Add to Canva. So it's telling me to use an existing design or use a new design. Since we didn't create anything on Canva, okay, let me just use existing design then. Then I'll go to my project, then I'll search for my project on, okay, so DataFest. This was the one I created. So this is our Flourish chart in Canva. So it has sort of like exported itself to Canva. And here you can then, add it to your Canva slide. So if we had created a Canva slide, we could still do that. But this was the one I created for this presentation because of time. But you can also explore different, let's say we have this new slide sheet, and you wanted to add this. It's just to click on it, drag, and drop. And basically that is it. That is how you add your Flourish visualization to Canva. And there's something that to note is that when you try to add, you also have to be signed into your Canva, sign into your Flourish so that it's easy to have them link up together. So you have to, add. Then the next thing you can do, you can also, resize. You can zoom in, zoom out. And when you probably go to present, this is how it appears when you present. So you can, hover around and see the data. So this is basically how you can do this on a Google Sheet. You can have your map being this interactive or your chart being this interactive. I love maps, so I keep saying maps. Okay, so we'll just do like one design, basically. I'll be showing you, this is how to add, but I'll be showing you other features of Canva that you can add. I didn't show you how to add a picture, so we'll just do that now. So I'll remove this, and you can always have an about me. You can always, click on it. A lot of us have used Canva, so we know how to add text. So you click on it and add your text, copy, paste, and all of that. But to add pictures, you have to go to upload. So there are a lot of things here at Canva where you have templates, upload, text, photo style, audio, video, charts. You even have logo. If you have logos that you've uploaded, then it will appear here. But let's say we want to add a photo, and you go to upload. Then you see upload files. Then you go to upload files. Then here I'll just search for my name, basically my. Then once I, click on it, my picture is already uploaded to. I've added my picture before, so that's why you can see it twice. Then I'll just drag. A lot of things you do, you just drag. And I didn't need to drag a lot. I just dragged a bit, and you knew where to go to. So that's one of the beautiful things about Canva. Canva is built for design, like I said. So it's very smart enough to know how you want to position things. So you don't need to do too much. You can use a template. You can add your Flourish slides. And basically this, what else can I show you? So how do you add this? Let me share, present. So we have this animated it. How do you add this on Canva? So let me show you how to do that. I will delete this one. Then here you go to elements. This is something that we didn't talk about. This is basically the features of Canva: elements, arrows, line, frame, anything you can think about, you can come and just search for it here on Canva. So here I just searched for Earth, because I was talking about world trends and I wanted to show like world, so I just searched for Earth. Then you can find, you know, animated Earth, static Earth. You can add anyone that is suited to your presentation. So let me add anyone that is, you know, moving. Okay, let's add this one. So this is another Earth that I've added, and this is the animation thing of Canva. So you can, you know, add different animated things. And this is one thing about Canva. When you present, it's all animated and it's all going, and, you know, and people are like, how did you create this slide? So this is something that you want to explore. You can also go to maybe arrows, for example. And you can see some of the arrows are animated, so you want to also explore, you know, you use them wisely. You cannot just use anything. For example, this one, you can just, you know, drag. Okay, let me choose another one. So one thing that you also know, you also need to resize a lot of these animated icons when you bring it in. So you go to the side and you resize, basically you just drag down. Okay, I've moved it a little bit too much. But basically you understand what I'm trying to say. So you can bring this arrow and you can bring it down, and it's, you know, sort of highlighting a particular thing. Maybe it's increasing the cost of social media ads that you want people to see. Then you can have an arrow, you know, highlighting that particular thing in your presentation. So there are a lot of elements that you can do. There is also, so when I talked about, you know, recording and presenting, this is what I mean. So when you go to present, you go to type, then you go to present and record. And when you click on present and record, you take it to next. Go to recording studio. So basically it's telling me that I should start recording. So I can just say, okay, I attended DataFest and this is what we talked about, DataFest. I can talk about my presentation slide. Then it saves. Once I start recording, I save. When you share this slide to anybody, it's your voice they'll be hearing going through the slide. So I think that's a very amazing feature that we can also explore. And we will not do that now. But these are some of the options that Canva can do. And I really urge us to, you know, explore these two platforms, Flourish, Canva, see how you can integrate and be a better designer or a better data person. Yeah. So, yeah. So I'll open to questions now. If anyone has questions.
Hi. Actually, I'm a designer. I use Canva too. Okay, I want to ask a question. If I'm presenting or I have a proposal to an investor and another designer, we use the same template, don't you think there will be like a confusion there?
So, so when you use a template, you are not using everything you see on the template, right? Maybe you are picking like, maybe, I didn't show you this, but in a template, they will tell you which of these slides you want to pick. Then this is where you take this template and then you tweak it to your own use. So it's not good practice to take a template and just bring it back. So you need to add your data, you need to add your own. You can't have to defend the same presentation. You're not talking about the same thing, you're not the same people. you don't have the same ideas. So take a presentation. You can also change the color. If this doll cartoon doesn't work, you can change the color. That's why I said play around. Take a template because it's easy to use. If you want to design from scratch, it's fine. But for time, they have a lot of templates. You can take it and play around with it, make it your own, basically. Any other question? Free, fully free, very, very free. You're not paying anything. You're not adding any card. Free. And let me go back to my slide. I know I've talked about a lot of things here, and I'm just showing you here in this slide that all the information you need is here. How to start with Flourish, how to start with Canva, how to publish, how to embed. So you can also take your Flourish link and embed on a website. Maybe you are using Medium, and you created a lovely slide on Flourish. You can embed it on your Medium site or using the HTML link or the Flourish link, and it's interactive on your site. It looks really good. No coding involved. And I've talked about integration, connecting. Yeah, and this is the resources I mentioned. So I've added some resources. Also, we have something called Data Wrapper. If you want an alternative to Flourish, Data Wrapper is also very good. Creates really awesome map, and these are also open source tools that you can explore. Infogram is also an open source tool. World Graph, open source tool. No coding needed for any of this. A lot of resources on how to use them. And yeah, so color code resources are here, and some other tutorials. So yeah, if there are no questions, then I'll... So thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you very much. Oh, Canva. So I can also do graphics myself. Yes. So you don't want all the graphics guys. You don't want them to make money again. Yes. Yeah. So thank you very much for that, Frida. I know the reason why you said you have to use more time. I think it's more of practical than talking. Yes. So thank you so much, and I'm very sure that. Even if you are into graphics, there are so many things you've learned today about. But the question I have for you was, when you say open source, I remember I have somebody that worked with me, my graphic, always tell me that I have to pay for Canva, right? To have the full premium.
Yeah, Canva is not as open source as Flourish.
Okay.
There are some features that are premium, but a lot of it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, I get it now. So which one do you prefer I should go for? Canva or Flourish? Depends on what I'm doing. Okay. All right, thank you very much. I'm sure I will not be able to do that. I have somebody that will be doing that for me. Okay, so quick one. I don't know whether Karen is online. After Karen, then we go into the announcement of the what they call it, the winner for the DataFest Africa Hackathon. Sorry, if Karen is there, please, you can have the floor. He's just going to be doing a little bit on data to grow Africa, everything legal about utilizing data for African growth.
Hi, Olumide. She has asked for 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes, because they have to update her to speaker, and then she can go to share.
Okay, so before comes on board, if you have anything you want to share concerning the last session, please let us hear. For me, I would love to try Canva, so that I want to make use of it, so that graphics people will not be charging me money. Yeah. So, do we have any other platform apart from these two that is also very interesting that we can use?
There are other platforms, but Canva is like user-friendly. There is Figma, there are Adobe softwares you could also use, but Canva is like the easy.
Adobe is out of it for me. Yes, where will I start from? I hope we have a lot of people from Code Africa. They can tell us about more platforms. and how to make use of it. Yes, she's no more. You are the code now. Please let me give them mic. Let us hear from them. Just tell us about more platform we can use.
For what?
For graphics now.
I'm not sure. She already mentioned Canva, and you already mentioned some other ones as well. Figma, Adobe InDesign, and all of that. But I think majorly what we should focus on is the data part of it, because Flourish is used for data visualizations. And you know, earlier in the morning I talked about storytelling. You can use something like Flourish for storytelling. Use Data Wrapper as well to tell your stories better. So those are the tools that I can mention.
So Canva is more of graphics, right?
Yeah, Canva is graphics. Then Flourish is data visualization.
Flourish.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have Karen now? We want to give Karen just 10 minutes. Okay, the person. Karen, can you hear us? I think her mic is still muted.
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
Good, you have the floor.
Hello everyone, good afternoon.
10 minutes.
Is this going to be a video call? Or it's
video,
okay for me to
video, please.
Hide in the, pardon?
Video, let's see your face, please.
Wow, okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello everyone.
You have 10
Good
minutes.
afternoon. I'm actually going to go off at some point because the funny thing is I'm actually on transit.
Okay.
So, yeah. Anyways, so I will be speaking about, data, everything, legal concerning data, or rather from a legal standpoint. So I'll start by, defining what data is according to the NDPR, which is the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation of 2019. And I would appreciate it if everyone, after this, after today, has some time to actually go look up this regulation. So data is defined as, characters, symbols, and binary on which operations are performed by a computer, which will be stored or transmitted in the form of electronic signals stored in any format or any device, right? Please, if you have any questions whilst I'm speaking, feel free to, nudge me so that I can clarify whatever questions you have before going on. So, why is data important? Data is important because, we're in the internet age, and on a daily basis, we produce at least 2.5 quintillion bytes of data. Everyone is posting one information or the other. Someone else is probably, registering on the platform where they've asked you, what's your name, where are you from, etc. Now, for every time that we, converse or do something on the internet, right, we're putting out, valuable data. And the NDPR refers to us as data subjects. So a person is a data subject when they can be identified, directly or indirectly by reference to an ID number or to other factors, specific to their physical or mental, economic, cultural, or social identity. Which is why sometimes you meet someone and then the next second you probably can find the person on Instagram or like Facebook or Twitter, right? It's weird, but these days we pretty much have a whole lot of our information out there with little regard to our privacy and to our data protection. I don't know if you've ever received any unsolicited text message or email, right? And you're wondering, how did these people get a hold of my number, or how did they get a hold of my email address, right? Now, the problem with that is you've probably, signed up somewhere or, registered somewhere, and this, entity or this platform has taken your information and, sold it rather to, third parties, and these third parties are able to, contact you for a different reason. So I'll give you an example. So I sign up on, say, abridged.com, right, to use their platform, and then next second I'm getting a text message from Dale Carnegie, or I'm getting an email from Dale Carnegie, but I've never done anything on their platform. I've never given anyone information concerning myself on Dale Carnegie. Now I begin to wonder, how am I receiving this text? How am I getting these emails, right? Now all of this pertains to your data and it not being processed properly. Either it not being processed properly, or it not being stored properly, or it just being sold, right? Obviously to generate income for these companies. Now, when you look at Western world, everyone is so big on their privacy and, big on how their data is, used, sold, stored, processed, whatsoever, to the point where when there's a breach of, when there's a breach of their privacy rights or their data protection, they're able to sue and, actually claim damages. Now, you don't find a similar thing, or rather, you hardly find a similar thing happening here in Africa, right? Now, it will surprise you to know that today, only a little bit above half of African countries have actually, set up privacy laws or data protection laws, and it makes you actually wonder, like, what's going on? I deserve, a right to my privacy. I deserve, the right to, have my data used for the purpose for which I've given it, right? And some people may not actually focus or pay attention to data, right? And protection of this data, but it is really a big deal, because this is how people are able to find out, intrinsic details about you or about what you do when you don't really want that kind of thing to be put out there. Now, without, rambling, the next question will be, how can we change this, right? How can we ensure that when we speak about data, people obviously understand what it means to, retain their privacy rights and to, obviously protect their data? How can we actually change this? Now, the first step is for, individuals and entities alike to obviously, do their own research, pick up the NDPR, right? Go through it, read up on your rights as a data subject, read up on your duties as a data processor or a data storer, right? See the kind of things that are required of you. What are you supposed to do? What are you not supposed to do, right? Now, when this happens and when you equip yourself with that knowledge, when you realize that someone has, of course, leaked your information to someone else, you understand where you can start from. You understand how to follow that up. You understand, why you should follow that up actually. Now, that's the first step. Now, second step is obviously, coming together and, saying, oh, let's actually move for the NDPR to be taken, to obviously be, effective. Of course, it is affected and it is being abided by some organizations and some individuals, but not many people know about this. Now, how can we change this, right? Everybody keeps saying young people are the leaders of tomorrow, right? That's good and fine. And we already understand how much change we can cause by just, talking about something actively, maybe on social media, maybe at forums, seminars, conferences, etc. Now, that's another way to, get people to actually take into cognizance that there's actually a regulation that protects them as data subjects, or there is a regulation that stipulates to them how they should use, process, store, disseminate data. Now, when we look at Africa in a whole, right, and we compare our continents, other, continents that obviously take privacy and data protection, make it a big deal, you can see that there's obviously a very wide gap. There's a very wide disparity because we as the people don't focus on, like privacy. I'll give an example. At a mall, right? Why is someone taking a picture of you, right? Or why are you buying a product and then you're giving them your details and then you realize that someone else has actually, gotten a hand of your details, right? This is why you see that I don't know if people, look at their their debit alerts, you find that sometimes you actually see some alerts that were not, approved, that were not made by you. And you begin to ask yourself, who got a hold of my card details? Who approved this transaction? Now, when you see things like that, it actually draws that question. You obviously know that your data isn't being used as it should be used. There's obviously been a breach somewhere. And as a data subject, you actually reserve the right to be able to follow up on that and demand that, your data is protected, and of course you have your privacy. I will just conclude by saying that, when we hear about data, right, and when we speak about data, we need to understand that every day of our lives, whilst we're on the internet, we're giving out clues, we're putting out information out there, data that can actually be used, against us or for us, or data that could actually, just put us at risk, right? And as data subjects, we should actually take the extra steps to ensure that we're being protected. Now, for every time that you sign up on a new platform, you'd probably see something called privacy policy, right? Which actually, lets you know how they're using your data, how they're storing it, etc. Maybe we need to start taking, close interest in privacy policies. Maybe we need to understand the current regulations on data protection properly so that we're able to actually, fight for our rights or demand for what is supposed to be the practice. But I want every one of us to leave here today understanding that it's the 21st century, right? And the amount of data that the world produces on a daily is not going to reduce, rather it's going to increase, right? And we all want to be able to live our lives and keep certain information personal, keep certain people off our backs. And the only way we can do that is if we're ensuring that we understand our rights as data subjects, and that, people and entities that have access to our data are using these data the way the law actually requires them to do so. Thank you. I hope I didn't go past 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Did I go past 10 minutes?
Yes, we can hear you, Karen. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sure we have, do you have a question for her? Anybody? Anybody? So nobody. So before you leave, can you give us your parting word? Like, I know you've shared. Oh, there's one here. Sorry, Karen, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes. So we have one question here, please.
Oh, great.
Hi, Karen. So my question is for us in the room. How do we access? That's that data.
How do you access?
Yes.
How do you access?
Yeah, access.
I didn't get that part. How do you access what?
You mentioned something to do with the data protection. I forget what you called it, but how do we access it?
Okay, the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation of 2019.
Yes. Is it?
I'll tell you this. Google is your friend. Google is your friend. So if you try to look it up, you would definitely find it. If you don't find it, I believe that the organizers can actually send me an email and I can share the PDF copy with them, and then they can of course share it with you. But definitely look it up online and you'd find it.
Sorry, do we all have that document? I think it's, yeah, I know it's online. For those of us, we don't have that time. Do you have it? Okay, I'm sure the organizer will get that to us through Karen. Thank you so much for your time, and we wish you safe travels. So, quick one.
Thank you.
Yeah. We are moving to the, let me say, to the last part of the, it's time for us to announce the winners for the hackathon. And I think Juliet will be doing that. And please, let us wait for that. And I want you to encourage these guys when they, I think they are across the world, Africa. Are they going to be saying anything online? Oh, okay, all right. So, Juliet, have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olumide. A huge round of applause for Olumide, everyone. Hope he has been an amazing MC and he has kept you all on your toes. And our line of speakers as well has done an amazing job, and that we are leaving this place with a resource of knowledge and things for us to look into, implement in our day-to-day work, but then also things for us to follow up on. We've had quite a day, but then for us from policy, it's been a journey. DataFest Africa was originally, as mentioned by my colleague Gilbert in the morning, has been happening in Uganda, but then we also saw the need for us to move across and go to other parts of Africa, because when you're talking about data affects us all differently, demographically, also where we are coming from, also even when it comes to our gender as well, how do we respond when it comes to data issues. And that's why we are here today. This time round we decided, let's take the conversation from just Kampala, Uganda to other cities. So we did Uganda, then from there we went to Dar es Salaam, and we are here in Lagos, closing off DataFest Africa for 2022 with you guys. So a huge round of applause to all of you for sticking around, for being here since morning. It's now 3:54, it's coming to 4, and you guys have been around. Thank you very much for expressing interest to participate, but then also taking the next step to actually show up and then sit into the conversations and actually learn something and also contribute. My job is simple, really. It's to announce the guys that pitched this morning for the hackathon. You are able to see them on screen. Though they are not able and give their remarks on how excited they are, because they actually don't know that they are the winners. But I'll just say their names outward. They'll be receiving prizes. I think the prizes were also mentioned in the morning. So from third position, we have Yusuf Fadhal from Tunisia. Yusuf was not able to pitch, but he sent his apologies. But because the hackathon process has been going on online for a while, that's how the vetting happened. In second position, we have Azza Kousa, again from Tunisia. So it looks like the Tunisian people are actually taking it home this evening. And then the winner is Dan Ofula from Kenya. So yeah, congratulations to these guys who participated and for their wonderful expressions and presentations. Our team will be reaching out to inform them of the next steps and how we can further walk this journey with them. I think for me, from my end, really, DataFest Africa has been not just a policy event. We've worked behind the scenes with a number of partners. We've worked with Code for Science and Society, Defend Defenders, ARA Studio, the Innovation Village in Uganda, D-Lab in Tanzania. We've worked with Co-Creation Hub here in Nigeria. The guys who are hosting us this afternoon. The Kampala event was hosted by the National ICT and National Guidance under the Ministry of ICT in Uganda. Had Sunbird AI and Zindi Africa who were leading on the side of the hackathon. But then also special thanks to these guys, because if it wasn't for them, probably you guys wouldn't have met, you guys wouldn't have been a part of this. But they made this possible. And for the Lagos edition, as we close this off, I want again to say thank you to the team at CC Hub. You guys, I know the enormous calls that we've had, the back and forth to ensure that this happens, and to our speakers who have made that time to be able to come, the panelists that we had in the morning session, the team from Code for Africa who also made sure that they come and share their knowledge and resources with us. Who have I forgotten before I get fired? Code for Science, a Society Association for Progressive Communications, those guys made sure that we come all the way from Uganda to be able to join you for this closing. So huge thanks for them. because they have a worldwide network of people in this space, and you guys really need to Google them and see how you can tap into that network and be a part of the amazing work that they are doing. But then also do not forget to follow us at Policy. We do a lot of amazing work and research, and we have a lot of resources online that are readily available for all of you to tap into. With that said, I don't want to bore you. It's a Wednesday. Somewhere in some place in the world it's a Friday, so people are happening. So I want to say thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and it's a wrap. Have yourselves a lovely evening.
Recording stop.
Hello. Thank you very much. Juliet, are you done with your closing remark? So please let us have a group picture downstairs. Do you want a banner? Can the banner stay here, because we have to hold the banner?